Critical drinker.
Oh yeah, it's Tim drinking bleed.
We are live.
Yeah, we
Welcome to
are.
the Red Blue Fun number 17. Oh, bro. How are you, Gray?
I'm doing great, man. I'm just excited to be here and talk about some amazing, amazing films. All of them great. Everyone.
Maybe not all of these movies. Okay, I think you're
All
poking
of them.
fun at Stream 5. That was horrendous. How are you, DC?
Terrible. Last couple of days have definitely been rough, but trying to hang in there at best. But yeah, it's not been the best time, but I've been trying to at least hang on. That's the close I'm gonna say, but yeah.
That's fine. I hope things will get better. Things tend to get better. Sometimes it's just longer until they do. Um, how are you, Upgrade?
Hi, I'm pretty good. I usually am working this time on Tuesdays, but it's really nice to have a day off and be here and give my thoughts on some stuff. So it's cool. I'm good.
We've been waiting a long time to have you on. I'm glad you were able to make it.
Yeah.
Among of the topics, we got Invincible a bit later on. I think we will start with Path to Glory first because that's what DC has seen. And how are you, Cole, by the way?
Well, mentally, I'm actually doing wonderful right now. Usually struggles, but this week though I fixed a lot of my issues and things have been going very well now, and I'm with a lot of things IRL physically. Not as much because, goddamn, I had to go to a phone store yesterday to get my number changed, and it took 6 hours. And then
Wow.
also when I woke up today, and I just stood there the
How
whole
could
time.
that take 6 hours? Like, that makes
Because
no
they're-
sense.
Because they're idiots. Like, there were like two people in line in front of me who took 2 hours because they were complaining, like, why did they charge me for this one? Why did he even have internet? And then when I woke up today, my legs were completely screwed because of all that standing. So yeah, but anyway, mentally I'm doing amazing today, and excited to talk about some things. Yeah. Also, for the record, multi Tim equals Joker. That's his name. So yeah, that's Joker in the pick.
It's funny how I decided to change my profile on my phone because it was like the alligator python, and then today I
Yeah.
decided to change to a grizzly bear. because
Next
just
time you
why
should
not?
change it to like a bear eating salmon.
And by the way, guys, right now we are in episode 22 of this third season. So this means in 2 weeks we will look into having an extra episode for the tier list of the movies we covered this season. And this will be very interesting because this will be the first time Gray is with us for the tier list of the movies. Cannot wait for that.
Excited.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
No, I almost completely forgot the like what like sort of episodes our seasons were at because I was like what episode are we on? Because I completely forgot. Now it's at 22, so it's like okay, 2 weeks. So yeah.
Yep. So we got next week and the week after we will talk to see which day is better for that tier list. And I basically uploaded all of the picture, well, most of the wallpapers. The only thing missing for the tier list is just me creating officially the tier list on the website, but that will take like maybe another 10 to 20 minutes because I still need to put some stamps on the names of the movies so it's clear when we get to do that tier list. So this will be fun. 2 weeks from now. Anyway, this was a long intro. So I suggest we can start with Path to Glory because I think this is the only thing DC had time to watch.
Yep. Pretty much.
Yeah.
So
So you can go first, I guess, if you want, unless you wanted to go first, multi.
I I will let other people go first. Have you seen Path to Glory, Gray?
That's actually one of the.
I have not.
Sorry.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you said gray or grape. I apologize if I
Gray.
stepped
Yeah,
on
I
gray.
said Gray.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hey, our names are too close, man.
Yeah.
I have not. Have you seen it, Hot Grapes?
That's actually one of the movies on this list that I've not even heard of before.
Oh, well, it is an old film. It's like 1957. It was one of Stanley Kubrick's first, and it's considered like his first sort of masterpiece out of his filmography. Wow. So, I mean, if you ever want to see it, then yeah, it's a war film.
Nice. I do like war
think
films.
It's overpraised. It's not bad, but it's overpraised to say.
I mean, to be fair though, have you seen many films from 1957? So you have to kind of put it in the time period.
I did not, so maybe you're right on that. Maybe that's why people were praising it so much.
I mean, it did come out in the same year as The Seventh Seal, films like that.
Right now, I'm trying to find my notes, so I guess Cole will start on that, and this will be short because I remember not saying a lot about it.
Well, I mean, yeah, I really enjoyed this. I don't know if for me it's like a 10 out of 10 as for other people, but I did love it a lot. It is in the Criterion collection now, I believe. But yeah, I love the writing in this, and the characters, especially in the third act, is really well done. Has a good like study on everything and all of the inhumane and BS things like during the wars during that time that they did to people, especially in the beginning. I really liked how they touched on shell shock and. You know, because I don't know if you know much about that multi, but it's like, you know, people would like act that way and they would like be smiling. And then in their eyes, they thought, oh, that's a weakness or they're a traitor. Execute them instead of realizing, you know, the mental issues from war and stuff. And I believe this was like the first. Yeah, I believe this was like sort of the first war film, in my opinion, that kind of covered this, at least from like what I've seen. I haven't seen every film in the world or anything or back then, but I believe this was like the first to cover all these things, and also like the cowardness in their eyes of all those things, just all the studies on that stuff with you know, with like how cruel war is and with the sergeants and everything. And yeah, I think the way they filmed all the scenes were so well done, especially near the end when they were walking them to that to the poles, like with how long it took, and that, you know, the shots just really drags it out, like, you know, just tense the whole way through, just so well done, and especially the performances from everybody. And then of course the battle scene itself was also really well done. Unfortunately, you know, since it's 1957, they didn't really have special effects or visual effects or anything to like make like visual things of like the bullets flying. So you know, they just have sounds of it, like music or noise of it, and then you just see them kind of just fall. But you know, that's just kind of in the time period you have to kind of take, I guess, sort of like the very first Western Front film. Like I know you saw the remake of it, multi, last year, but there was the very original one was like in the 1930s, and so yeah, similar deal. But
wow, yeah, really? Yeah. I'm surprised. I liked Western,
and it's amazing. You should probably see the original eventually.
Oh my, no. I think I will pass on the original because it's most likely black and white, and you know how I feel about black and white movies.
I mean, I know not everybody likes black and white, but I mean, I think it just depends. There are some black and white films that are just like, because they don't understand how to do it, especially back then, but certain black and white films, they do it in such a great way with like the lighting of it and everything, and the color palettes, where it doesn't bother me at all. And this was, in my opinion, was one of them because they did it so well with the lighting and everything. But that was just me.
Path of Glory is probably my favorite black and white movie we covered, but it was so rough nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. It's not for everybody. You know, sort of like you know, there's like you know, there's always something not for everybody. Like I know also something that's definitely not for everybody. They make like 20-hour long films that you see in a full day at a festival. You know, and I've seen some of them when I was in Vancouver, but yeah, definitely not for everybody, if not the majority of people. But yeah, and let's see, is there anything else? Well, yeah, I guess that's about it. But yeah, I mean, really enjoyed it. Just the acting, the writing, and everything in this, the way it was all put together and crafted, and I think it was really just super well done. I would say this is probably at the very first, Stanley Kubrick, like the exceptional one he made. He's definitely made some before this that were good, and some after this for a bit longer that were good. But I would say this is probably his first one that was really exceptional in my eyes, and with all the things that it touches on. My only complaint would probably be just, again, this is more of a thing for its time as well. I know, but my one gripe is just some of the music. The thing is with war films in this era, and especially from the 30s to like 50s, they all have this like similar sound and like just trumpet score to them, and this was no different. And so it's more of like a time period thing, but I wish that was improved on. But what I did like though is that, which a lot of old films did, they didn't just play the music over top of every film because not all of them needed it. They had a lot of scenes without music, and that's something that some films nowadays by bad filmmakers, or well, not even bad filmmakers, just filmmakers who sometimes get a little, over, they overdo things, just do all the time. Like Oppenheimer, I thought was a great film, but I feel like that was a perfect example of that. Like you really didn't need to play music in every goddamn scene. It took away from all the dramatic scenes in a lot of moments. Like that was basically like a musical at that point. Jesus Christ. But yeah, anyway, that's about it, I guess.
So, DC, you are second because I don't want myself to influence you too much. You're second.
All right. All right. I have to say, I'm just gonna start with the negatives. Honestly, I felt like that film felt unfinished at times because there was more to the story. Um, I don't know why, but I just feel like there was more parts of the stories that feel like it was headed. Um, not
Is it
to
because of the plan they said at the beginning?
No, it's because I thought there was more elements, and it's like before the ending, before they had the bar scene, they kind of set up. Well, it's like, will Colonel Hacks take up like the offer, and they kind of have that, and then they have the bar scene, and it's a great scene, but it kind of just leads to nowhere, and yet the film ends. Which, not saying it's the worst thing in the world, but I did feel like it was a little unfinished at times, at least for
Well,
the
I can kind of
past.
explain why it might feel that way. And I think that you might, if you watch a lot of war films, you might get the same feeling with other films. It's
Mm.
because wars like this back then, especially, World War One and World War Two, on the battlefields, it's like they would always, like, at the start, have like these big plans, or, you'll think like it will lead to a bunch of things still to explore, but by the end of it, it doesn't really, and that was honestly World War One and World War Two in a nutshell, where you think it will lead to like a lot of things or something big, but honestly, it's like it doesn't, and that's where it's just like they make like a few steps of ground on the battlefield, then they will just die and then retreat, and then there's a bunch of like drama backstage and people and executing their soldiers, and you think and there's a lot of discussions brought up that you think will lead to something, but it doesn't, because those were the sergeants back then. They just kind of sweep it under the rug, and that's what this film kind of just like shows, where it's like you think it's going to be some like grand thing, but it then sets you into reality. And that was one thing that I kind of enjoyed about this thing, is
Mhm.
like for other people and you maybe not, but for me that was one thing I did enjoy about it myself, the fact that they do that, especially with how long and dragged out that scene was with them walking them to the polls, where you think something might happen, like they might get an announcement last second to stop it, but nope. And like I think it really just puts you into the shoes of them back then really well.
Mhm. Yeah. Now you just explained like that, I do understand it. I still think it's a little weird, but it's not like the worst thing
Yeah,
in the
if you still don't like it, that's fine. That's cool.
world. Yeah. And I think that might be like my only negative. Apart from that, I thought the film was great. I thought it really captures the intensity of World War One. Um, I like how they actually have execution scenes because, like Cole said, all this stuff wasn't like talked about, but it did happen. And I also enjoy how the entire film was set in black and white, like not even a single color. And I think it gives the perception of World War I more clear. And I also enjoyed how that there were actually cowards in the army, because that's exactly what some people have done during war, and I like how they established that it's not like your typical war film. Oh, every soldier is 100% perfect, and mentally not well, but they're 100% perfect, and no
Yeah, and
consequence.
it also kind of shows who the real cowards are. Not really the soldiers they try falsely pin in, but the sergeants and everybody else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If I have one, like, I do have a few nitpicks though, and that is I do wish we saw a little bit more of the German army, because we, even though it's set in World War I and we do get some references, we don't often see what the Germans are planning. So I mean, it's just a nitpick. It's not like anything, but yeah,
Yeah,
that's
well,
like my only
I
nitpick.
would say with that thing though, now again, understand if you wanted to see more of it, but for me and just like why I think the film did that, it's because that was also like World War I and World War II in a nutshell, where it's like they were in just like the trenches for like 95% of the wars, like barely did anything, and like so it's like they barely even saw like soldiers at all. That like throughout the whole thing, it was just hell like that. So I think it's kind of like makes it realistic that really they didn't see any, and it was basically just like all they saw was like machine guns.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that's about it for me.
Okay. I thought the pacing was a bit off. I got bored at some point. I can't remember where exactly. I was like, man, it's so
I'm sure it
slow.
might have been like somewhere near the beginning or middle when they were having those like conversations.
Since it's my first issue, that's most likely in the first half of the movie and like in the start of
Yeah,
it.
well, I will say, yeah, the conversations near the beginning and stuff aren't as like investing as the rest of the film. Like,
Yeah,
definitely,
I
it's
do
kind of
agree.
like it's kind of like the typical conversation you have at the start of like every war film with some sergeants that they show.
Yeah, the next stop would be characters are forgettable. I cannot name any of them, and I even the main character, despite him standing up by the end and saying, I don't care about your post, your promotion." Even him, like I liked what he did by the end, but I can't remember his name, and I cannot point out to interesting character trait outside of him refusing
Well,
to
can I
take
kind
that
of
post.
say why that was probably the case? So, if you want multi, I mean, I don't think it will change your opinion, but just in the kind of view of the director, it's because in these wars, I mean, they were all kind of exposable and just like blank names, so it makes sense to kind of then have like none of them really stand out because to them it's like they're just that they're just bodies to use, nothing more than that.
They're
So that was kind of
expendable.
why, yeah, expendable. So that's why really the only two characters throughout the majority of the film that they kind of like introduce you to and show a lot of is the main character, and then that stupid ass evil sergeant guy, whatever his name was, who does all that stuff
But
until the
even
very end.
the other higher ups are like that. Like every character in that movie, I'm like, I don't give a crap about them. And I've said it in many streams in the past. Characters are what I look forward for. Like I can have a shitty story, but if your characters have character arc, and if I'm invested in your character, I will still like your product. But
Yeah, fair enough. But I will just say though, at the very end though, because of them, then like having those three people, then like did you not think they did a good job with those ones, like in the last act of the film when they kind of expanded on those three specifically? Because I thought they each kind of had like unique personalities, like, and they kind of show it throughout the film, like even in just like the scene of them walking there, you can see like their different reactions and everything. Like I thought they kind of did a good job, different. I
they,
can't speak.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds
but you
like
know
it.
what I mean.
That sounds like the individual actors did a decent job.
Differentiate.
Yeah.
yeah, they
Differentiate.
I will say they tried. I'm not saying they didn't try, but they that's the best they did. They try.
Okay,
So
well,
Um,
I just spent like last couple minutes just like looking up the synopsis for this film because I knew nothing about it until this stream. But I have seen some of Stanley Kubrick's other films like Full Metal Jacket, and I'm getting some big Full Metal Jacket vibes where this movie was more so not propaganda, but like it was very anti-war, and it was more about like exposing the darker side of war more so
yeah,
than telling
pretty
a
much.
story. It's an
Pretty much.
adaptation. It's an adaptation of a book apparently, but I think the bigger point to it sounded more like it's trying to expose the darker side of something that maybe society with the industrial revolution and whatever um, will sometimes glorify war through movies. Stanley Kubrick offers like the darker side of it, and he seems to do that in a lot in movies. Um,
Oh yeah,
so
he
it sounds
does.
yeah,
I
it
mean, I
sounds
would
like
say
this is
this
like
one has more of a story though than Full Metal Jacket. Like in my opinion, I would say Full Metal Jacket. It is very similar and in execution, but that
yeah.
I would say touches on different things. But I would say it's more so like kind of like a POV perspective on just like like one of those slice of life things, but in the shoes of soldiers back then. While this one I think has more of a story, but it is still very like Full Metal Jacket with what it does and isn't the main focus with this like some overarching story.
Yeah,
I,
like
I
oh yeah, you go ahead.
I think the main focus on that movie is like the military people and the way they basically work off each other, like the sergeant using these soldier as scapegoat or something. Can't remember if it's the right word I used, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I will just say one thing though. When we eventually cover it, I think you might like 1917 more because I didn't like it as much myself. But that's a war film. Came out like 3 or 4 years ago that covers kind of like the same things as this film does, but
I
with
remember
like
seeing that
it's
theater.
with like showing some stuff, but it mainly like does so in the background while it has like more of a basic overarching arching story and characters. So I think you might like that more with like what this attempts when we eventually get to it.
I
yeah,
really
like
like that one.
I remember All Quiet on the Western Front, or I can't remember the exact name of the movie.
Yeah, no,
but
that's the right name.
I liked that movie a lot. Even if the character were not that amazing, they were still like out there, and I still cared for their adventure. And here I was like, yeah, they will just get executed at the end, and I think that's a turn off from me from the get go when I know where the character is heading to, and like there's nothing that will really change their fate.
Well,
I was like,
you say
yeah.
you didn't quite know 100% for sure though, and that was like the big thing, like
Well,
keeping hope.
I thought that was predictable. I was like, okay, that will
Well,
just
I
use
mean, I
them as
figure they had
example.
more of a chance of dying than surviving, but still, it puts it what it does, at least in my opinion, filmmaking wise and like tension wise and everything. It still puts you on the edge of your seats and gives you some hope, especially because you get to learn more and like experience more with the three characters, where then you care about them now, before they do that scene.
Yeah. But yeah, the other issue would be all of the top military people are just one-dimensional pricks. They're like, oh yeah, throw them under the bus. Like they
That's
don't give
because
a
they kind of
crap.
were in real life. They were
I
just that.
know,
That's
but
military.
like try to make one of them sound different than the others, but they're just like the same. Like it's like you're like, oh, you're lazy, so you just mold them all the same way. They're all thinking and doing the same thing.
Well, I
It's
mean, I
lazy.
wouldn't say the exact same. That I would say, like throughout all of them, they did give them different traits with how they did things, and also there were times where then they did quote unquote good things or things that they thought in their eyes were good, but it was still pretty shit. Just like the guy at the end where he's like, see, I got rid of him. The 3 people still died, but I got rid of him, so all is good now because he's been doing this dumb, evil shit for so long that in his eyes he thought he was being reasonable and doing something good.
But then he threatens the main character because the main character is not on board with that.
Yeah,
It's
and it.
You assassinate your own character in the moment, like
it
you
kind of
took,
like shows
10
different
seconds.
things, though. It shows like different ways of it because like back then this was how they all acted, but they show the different ways of it and kind of like how they end up like that as like these pricks in the war, and also just getting ahead over other people for their benefits.
And it sounds like again, I haven't seen this movie, so my review on this is blind, but it sounds like the triumph over evil is small, but it's still like there's still some triumph, and I think that's fine. It adds to the fact that the whole situation's messed up, so you're more than likely not going to have any justice. But it's nice to see a little bit.
Yeah. You nailed it, and also it just shows like how this whole thing that it plays out throughout the film is just such a tiny piece of the bigger puzzle of this entire war going on. Like how this is like meaningless to them.
Yeah. Have either of you guys ever seen the movie Sicario?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
we reviewed that when we did
Oh,
Denise Villeneuve's full film.
That's what I'm thinking. Where like there's a lot of death and a lot of injustice toward the end of the movie, and you're like, wait, what? But it was still a victory, and it's still like, wow, that situation is hell, but like there was some victory from it.
Yeah, just don't watch the sequel.
Sequels are a mistake. Anyway, I sound very negative. There's still a few things I liked about that movie. The character morals about men's lives over middles was great. I thought that was the highlight. I was like, oh, at last, someone that actually appeals to me, someone that seems more human than the others. I was enjoying that a lot. The battlefield was entertaining. Every battlefield scene was cool. Considering it's 1957, it was well made, I think.
It was super well made.
The action as well was on top. The politics behind the war was entertaining. The trial was also very believable, despite me disliking like these characters behind the trial. It was believable. So I thought that was a decent movie considering it was a black and white movie. I don't like black and white movie. So I don't have much more to say there. I was entertained. I like that movie. That's one of my favorite movies this week. And I think I will give this movie 8 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
I'm surprised you gave it an 8. I was looking more like a 7, but anyway,
I thought of a 7, but then I was like, oh, it's a bit more than that. I like the message they had throughout the movie.
Well, that's cool. But yeah, I mean, I would probably give it like a 9.5.
And what about you, DC?
Probably an 8.
Okay. So this is it for Pat of Glory. So we will start on a small tangent before we talk about Invincible. So Superman and Lois season 4. This will be good news for you, DC, because you don't like the show. But this is a very...
It's not the worst show I've seen. I mean, it's just not for me. It's like I said before. If I was forced to watch Superman and Lois or Daredevil, I would choose Superman and Lois. Is it my favorite show? No, but it's one I would rather watch than Daredevil. Superman and Lois for me is just a show that never interests me. That's simply it. I mean,
is it that animated one?
No, it's the live action one.
Yeah,
on
that was the animated one was My Adventures with Superman. Which
My Adventure with Superman. Okay.
Yeah. So the very sad news. It's official. It's the last season. Season 4.
I mean, I thought that was official for a while, though.
Not really. They made it official like last week. They announced it as the final season, and I'd like to debunk some of the claim people have. They said, "Oh, it's been canceled." No, it
Yeah,
wasn't
that is so
canceled.
stupid. And I'll be honest, a lot of them are like James Gunn haters or Zack Snyder dick riders trying to say that to make him look bad. It's like James Gunn is one of the reasons why this season is even happening. This was close to getting canceled if not for him, right? Like
Didn't the
people are
show?
saying,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like
Oh.
people are like, it's because he didn't want competition with the movie coming out. It's like, no, because then he would have fucking canceled it. What are you talking about? It's like coming out close to the same release as the movie.
Wasn't it?
On
Yeah.
on
Sorry.
what
You
do
go
you
ahead.
want to say, Gray?
Oh, oh yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Just real quick question. Like, didn't it come out like before James Gunn was pulled into DC? Like brought into DC? Like, didn't it
yeah,
start?
Well,
so
it was announced and stuff before he came in, but then they were he came in, and then also Warner Brothers and DC at that time were making a lot of changes and stuff, and to figuring out what to cancel and everything, and green light still, and this could have gotten canceled, and it easily could have. Honestly, with somebody else, it probably would have, but we kept it around, and yet people don't understand that, and they're trying to say he's canceling it because he doesn't want competition with the movie coming out. That is the dumbest shit ever. And it's like the creators, it's like I'm pretty sure they always, like maybe not, maybe they, if they had the opportunity would have like continued it for more seasons, but I'm pretty sure like what they're doing to finish it off in season 4 is what they always wanted to do, and that they're happy with it.
That's good. It's always nice
Well-
when a show can conclude.
yeah, I agree. Well, like a lot of people that think it got canceled, it's because the writer maybe had ideas for season 5. Maybe, but season 5 would have fallen into Superman Legacy year, which is kind of bad at some extent, but that still could have happened because look what they did. Flash season 9 happened when the movie was out, so even there, that's not really an argument. And on top of that, that would be really stupid from the CW to cancel it because the numbers were really good. Even when you look back at other shows like Arrow, like The Flash, like Stargirl, Superman and Lois was one of the most viewed show on CW, so it wasn't canceled. When I see these people saying it was canceled, I laugh at them. They knew, like, they haven't even started writing the season because the strike just finished, and some people just pretend it got canceled. If it was really canceled, we wouldn't have that 4th season. It's as simple as that. Show got canceled, you don't get your chance. You don't even get to the writing room if you are canceled. And they will get into the writing room because they announced there will be a 4th season. So I just wanted to debunk these claims of angry people. I'm very sad to see this show go because guys know me. I really like season 1 and season 3. Season 2 wasn't as great. It was still enjoyable. So I'm very sad to see this show go. This was hands down the best live action Superman we got.
Yeah.
By a lot.
I mean, for shows, yeah. Movie wise, I would still go with like at least the first 2, Christopher Reeves ones, but that's just me.
Those were good.
Yeah, what about Henry Cavill?
I like it. Hold on. I actually, unironically, really like Henry Cavill as a casting choice for Superman.
I mean, I think he has potential, but he didn't have an opportunity with that film.
It's the writing. The writing for his character was never like.
I completely agree. To be honest, I don't think like even if the writing in the film was good, that he would have been the greatest Superman. Though I still think he would have just been like at best a good one. But I do think it was a good casting choice, though. Still, but yeah, he didn't have an opportunity.
He looks the part.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of people who look like that's the one thing with the Superman role. I mean, it's like people will like hold on to these like actors like saying he was the perfect one, but honestly, it is not hard at all to find like many actors who look the part and also is perfect for the part, because it isn't the most difficult, like, acting wise, in my opinion. I think there's been many good Superman actors throughout the year, even like that made for TV movie in like the 2000s or 90s. I think the actor in it was actually pretty excellent, but that's just my opinion though.
Yeah, but
um,
with the Superman and Lois show, I think I remember seeing, like, because another thing I hadn't watched, but I think I remember seeing a clip from it. Wasn't this the one? Like it followed a more traditional Superman route, right? Like it kind of stayed away from woke stuff and just kind of did its own thing, stuck more to like the original relationship between Superman, Clark Kent, and Lois.
Yeah, and their kids, because they also have kids in the mix. So basically, Superman and Lois is the family story. Like Superman has been Superman for like 20-ish years. He's been married with Lois for like 10-ish years, maybe more, because they actually have teenagers' sons. They are like 15, 16 when the series picks up. And like, as you said, they stay away from woke stuff, but there's still representation in it, but it's not pushed down your throat. It's not bad representation, I believe. And yeah, it's just a really good show that will go away after season 4, and I'm excited because Lex Luthor is the main villain. This will be amazing. I really hope he will deliver, because the impact he left with me with season 3 was great. He had like one episode to really show off and impress me. I think this will be the best Lex Luthor on live action by far.
Yeah,
And
because
we got many.
yeah, every iconic character needs an equally iconic villain. So if you're gonna have a show about Superman, you need to have a good Lex Luthor. So that sounds really good.
He is a monster, like based on season 3. I won't spoil it for you, but based on like his 1.5 episodes of development, that guy is a monster. I am so hyped. And I've seen Smallville 10 years, and like for 7 years we had Lex on that show becoming a villain slowly, and Lex was really good in Smallville, but like the Lex Luthor in Superman and Lois is just perfect. Um, I I I think it will be very hard for anyone in the future to beat that Lex and make it better. Anyway, that was the tangent. Now DC, what do you have going on your channel?
Not much. Not much. Not much.
When will your videos you talked about in the past will come out?
I should record at least one video next month and out. But yeah.
Okay.
The only thing I'm a little
What?
worried is the only thing I'm just worried about my videos is that the video that I explained last week has music in them, and you know how YouTube is sometimes with nonsense, which that's the only thing I'm worried about, because YouTube is stupidly sensitive at times. But yeah, apart from that, not much. So I've been getting some ideas to do some videos, but yeah.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today. Don't forget to watch something for next week. Anyway, bro, take care. Have a great day, and we will talk later.
All right, bye.
See ya.
Invincible. Okay, so Cole and I covered season 1 last year. I liked season 1 a lot. I'm wondering if you had time to watch the season 2, episode 1, Gray. Gray.
Yeah, I did. I watched all of season 1, and I was able to even watch the what's the in between, like Atomic Eve or something
Atomic
like that.
Eve, yeah.
Yeah, the Atomic
Yeah,
Eve, or the Adam Eve special.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't quite remember exactly what they called that one, but yeah, I've actually been a huge fan of it yeah, and I did happen to catch season 2, episode 1 as soon as it came out.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
So before we talk about season 2 first episode, I will let Grape and then Great talk about what they felt about season 1. And then we will really dive deep into episode 1 of season 2. So,
Sweet.
Grape, you are the first one to talk about season 1. What did you think of the first season of Invincible?
I was blown away. I I think I knew that it was like rated. It was like TV-14 rated R going in before it really turns gory.
Yeah, I think it's a good animation style for it because what's the word? It like gives you like a false sense of security with like its
Yeah.
style.
You thought it'd be like another like Ben 10 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like it's like a show for kids and teenagers, but nope. It's if you read the comics it's based on, the comics are equally gory and do not hold back, and they were written before PC culture, so they have characters, saying stuff that's not even like, they're probably not going to adapt it quite the same, which is understandable for most of it. I'm not like super progressive, so I'm not like super PC, but I understand. Anyway, Invincible is a great show, and if they follow anything close to the comics, it's going to continue being great. Every single character is super cool. I just love that it's like a fresh take on the superhero genre. It's it's following the trend of kind of deconstructing superheroes, but it also maintains like an altruistic view on them, where I'm not a huge fan of The Boys for that particular reason, although I can appreciate why it's popular. I really just like superheroes that want to do the right thing. It's what's more important than fighting a big scary monster is saving people. And I just love Invincible, his character, that and I saw this in, like, I didn't see season 2 episode 1, but I did see a clip from it where he was fighting some villains, and then the villains did something that ended up killing a bunch of people, and he's like, and even some bad people died as well, and he's like, no, I didn't want anybody to die, like, and they're like, but they were bad people. He's like, but I don't care. I don't want anybody to die on my watch. If he and that's cool. And what's cool is he has the ability to do that. And once he learns and grows more, he can do something like that. He's one of the few superheroes that can save people from impossible things. And I just love that. Like, superheroes who have big, altruistic, optimistic views on life and have the superpower to back it up. So yeah, I really enjoyed that, and I look forward to more and more of it.
Perfect. Thanks for sharing a lot. What did you think of the first season, Gray?
Yeah, I think I agree with Hot Grapes a lot on this. Yeah, and also, like Vincent Martin is saying, that it was a deconstruction of superheroes, kind of like a lot of the properties that we're seeing now. But I don't know, like Grapes was mentioning, like it has kind of like the heart of the superhero, though, like, still involved. Like, yeah, there would probably be some asshole people like in The Boys or whatever, but I don't know. I would think there would still be some out there that truly are just concerned with saving somebody. So I don't know. It's kind of awesome to see that world, that kind of over the top kind of brutality, but still keeping like what is a hero like in mind. So I really enjoyed it, and then
Yeah.
it led to so many memes. That alone is worth the cost of season 1. Like, it's great.
Fake Mark.
But yeah, huge fan. Yeah. So I was a big fan, and I was really looking forward to season 2. I don't know why I didn't catch Adam Eve or Atomic Eve, whichever that was like when it came out. So I actually just watched that one last week too.
That special
but
dropped
yeah,
out of nowhere.
huge fan. Yeah, I guess I just missed it. Like I'm not even sure when that dropped, but yeah, I'm glad I got to see it. That was also moving, but it didn't hit me quite the same as season 1, but it is just a special. So.
It was
yeah.
dropped like last summer at some point. I remember we had like a week.
I don't know how I missed it, man.
Like I remember a week, Cole and I and DC, we were talking about my adventures with Superman and Atomic Eve. So yeah, it came out this summer. I thought that was a very interesting special, but just like what you said, Gray, that was weaker than the first season by a lot.
I guess because they had so much to push into just one episode, but yeah, or was it one episode?
Wait, are you
think
talking
so.
It
about
was only
the?
one.
Are you talking about the
Atomic-
special?
Atomic Eve.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't as good as like the season 1 episodes, but I mean, I still thought it was great. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just hard because of obviously the runtime. Like if they had like an hour and a half to do it, then it would have been a lot better, but they didn't.
Yeah,
I gotta go Invincible all the way.
Yeah,
on that, question,
Kick-Ass
but
was great, but Invincible.
bro, like he brought Kick-Ass, and I have that on the corner of my mind. Man, I like
there's a potential
so
that they could screw
much.
this up, but so far Invincible for me.
Yeah, I mean, I, as long as we're not talking about like the Kick-Ass films in general, because that second was. But if we're talking about the first, then
I
I'd still
also
have
like the
Invincible.
second one, but that's been a long time.
It was
Maybe
a
I
little
won't like it as
strange.
much.
It can be a
I
guilty
mean-
pleasure. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a guilty pleasure. Like it has like still like
It has Jim Carrey.
Yeah, well, look, it has elements. It has elements to it
I don't know if that
are
helps it.
still good, and some of the spirit from the first is just a mess, so and just like a weaker in every way to me than the first.
We gotta cover these two, man. We gotta
we
add them
will.
to
Plus,
January.
how many memes came out of Kick-Ass? Can you name any Kick-Ass meme? I can think of at least 3 from Invincible.
There was I feel like Mother Russia was a bit of a meme.
Yeah,
Wow.
there were some. I think they kind of died down eventually, but there were
Or,
definitely some.
Or Nick Cage shooting his daughter.
Oh yeah, there was definitely.
I do remember
There's
that
definitely.
I like that
I think
one.
it definitely.
All
That
right,
was
so there were a
funny.
couple. All right, fair enough. I retract myself.
Or
Yeah,
the
we'll
bazooka,
probably
bazooka
cover
at
it
the
with
end of the
Kingsman.
first one. Bazooka.
Yeah. Yeah,
We
just,
gotta cover these two. Like, no,
yes,
we gotta
we'll cover it with
January.
like the Kingsman films, all right?
January. We gotta
Ooh.
cover Kick-Ass January.
Well, I mean, we have to wait till March. Remember,
Oh right.
in March
Because there's a
we'll
bunch of
start
movies.
covering it. We'll cover it in March. But you want to cover the Kingsman films as well by the same director?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Kingsmen
I
were
like
good. The
Well,
two I've seen.
I mean, the first was the second.
But I didn't watch it to pick it apart, so maybe that's different. If
Yeah,
if
if
want
you
to pick it
rewatch the
apart.
second, god damn, it kind of misses the point of.
Uh,
And then there's that like prequel film, which was all right, I guess. But they're making a third one. Hopefully, it isn't as bad as the second.
we gotta cover these. I cannot
Yeah.
wait.
I
But
actually
I
really
miss
liked the
Kick-Ass.
prequel.
I wanted the third Kick-Ass.
Maybe one day.
Yeah,
Maybe one day.
maybe one
um,
day, indeed. And I wanted another Scott Pilgrim film, but for some reason, people didn't support it.
Well, you could
Did you
get a
hear-
cartoon.
Yeah,
Did you
I
did you
mean-
hear about the Scott Pilgrim like animated show on Netflix?
yeah, it's looks great.
It looks,
I hope it's lives up to the
I was gonna say, I
potential.
like the
but-
animation.
Yeah, and I don't understand. Not to say like it's poorly received or anything. Completely the opposite. It has a lot of love online and everything, but it also has some polarizing. From like groups of fans. Definitely like a percentage. The live action Scott Pilgrim film, and I honestly never understood it because it does literally everything identical in every way to the comics, and it's just like well made on every front, and Like, I feel like the people who just didn't like it just don't like Scott Pilgrim, because everything in the film and, like, the sense of humor and everything is literally just Scott Pilgrim. But I don't know, that's just my opinion. But anyway, back to Invincible. Sorry, go Grape. I mean, not Grape, go Grape, sorry, what were you saying?
What's going on? Okay, I guess we'll talk about
Wait, are you there, Grape? Did you like out? Grape? Oh no, I think he's gone.
No.
Oh no. That's
God, he
not
was
good.
just saying something. I was like, oh shit, what were you saying? But then he didn't respond.
You should have never talked over him, man. The technical issue would have never happened if you didn't.
Fuck.
No, I'm just kidding.
God damn it. I need to like go back in time or another universe. I need to go through that portal they did in this episode.
Cool. I don't think you mentioned. So, were you into Invincible season 1? I think I cut you off. And started going
I
into
loved it. Yeah, definitely. I would give it like at least a 9.5 season 1. I really loved it, and
nice.
yeah. So I guess. Oh fuck. Okay. DM him on Discord if he'll be back. Maybe his internet went out or something.
My potato computer is bad, so maybe.
Okay.
one of you should-
Okay.
Right
but
now,
anyway,
I'm
episode
sure he'll
2, I guess
rejoin if he. If it's a connection issue, I'm sure he'll be
I
back.
crashed like a few 2-3 minutes ago, so yeah. Yeah, thanks my computer.
But I guess we can talk about episode 1 of season 2 now. I guess.
For sure.
I also like season 1 a lot. I can't remember if I gave 8.5 or 9, maybe.
Yeah,
8.
I think it was like an 8.5 or something. I know you had some issues with it.
Yeah, but I can't remember what, because it's been a year and we covered so many things since then.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah, probably could go back and watch. I think.
Sweet. It looks like Grapes is back.
Oh, nice. That's good to know.
There
sorry,
he
did
is.
your internet go out or something?
Yeah.
There he is.
What were you saying
It's
though?
happened all the time.
My bad. Like, what were you saying prior? Like when we were talking about Scott Pilgrim or something?
Me?
Yeah, you were saying something, but then your internet lagged out. Do you know what that was?
Oh, no, I guess nothing too relevant.
Okay.
I think
fair
we
enough.
pretty much finished what we were talking about with Scott Pilgrim, and then we jumped back into Invincible.
Yeah. So I guess we can start on it now, Multi.
Yeah, so I thought that was a great episode. Season 2, episode 1 was amazing. I only had one issue. Plot armor on the survivors of the building destruction by the end. It's like, bruh, they got vaporized. Many of them just lost all of their skin because of the fire. So why these two would survive?
I mean, superheroes, though.
Invincible, I get it, because he's invincible.
Who else was in the
It was only
explosion?
half Invincible.
I saw the clip. I saw the clip, not the full episode. So who else was in the explosion of the heroes?
The weekly guy that wanted to be hero by saving his planet from destruction by using everyone else's brains, but now he's basically turning into a villain. And the other one would be one of the blue guys.
Yeah.
The two scientist brother.
But that's funny because the other one died, and they are brothers. So how
might be an
would one
issue
of
on
the
the
brothers
animation.
would be vaporized, but not the other one?
That
It's
might be
not
an issue
believable.
on the animation. They wanted to make it a cool explosion, but they made it a little too effective, where it vaporized even like the Mahler twins are extremely durable, and so
Mahler,
for an
thank you.
explosion to vaporize them and their clones, and their other versions of themselves, I think that's probably an issue on the animation. If the writing requires that the people that were in the explosion who were supposed to survived, there should have been, I don't know, maybe the explosion was awesome, but in terms of writing, yeah, maybe they could have made it not as massive.
Because one of the two brothers died. There's only outside of Invincible, there's only two guys that survived, and one is now a monster.
Yeah.
Basically.
Well, I mean.
Well, they're both kind of monsters.
Yeah, but I mean,
a different
with
way.
that like plot armor, I mean, like yeah,
I'll
maybe
give-
they
yeah.
could have died instead. However, I will say, it is possible, and maybe it would be like an issue for me if this was like a common thing throughout the show, or if they didn't show it the other way around. But throughout season 1, they kind of showed a lot of cases where it's like the exact opposite. It's like somebody would just have like a minor injury and they would actually like die from it, or be in like pretty shitty situations. So I mean, they kind of like show both sides, and it is still possible for them to survive that. So I mean,
It keeps it kind of grounded, which is
yeah,
something about Invincible that I like, where
yeah,
it has
and
it has
also,
a good mix.
yeah, it does. Unlike Zack Snyder films. Anyway, and this like I would say like the specific injuries they had, like maybe not the specific one, because it's like isn't really like
Some
that.
got literally vaporized. Like, nah, I just don't.
Yeah,
buy
well,
into
I
it.
mean, I would say it's sort of like like obviously we don't have stuff like this in real life, but injuries that would be like similar to this, and like injuries in real life that would be somewhat similar to like this in this universe, a lot of people surprisingly survive from. They're definitely left a mark on their body and everything, but they usually have like a decent
And-
survival rate if they get proper care and everything, and for like infections and stuff.
There were
Yeah.
like
And the one
20
dude,
Blue Brothers.
his superpower is
All of the 20
yeah,
Blue Brothers
and
died.
all of them got
except of
taken
that
out,
one.
except for one dude who got half coverage.
That's
But the
usually
other
how it
dude that
works.
survived, like his superpower is portals. Like he could have, in theory, like portaled at the last second, then portaled back into the rubble. You don't
Oh,
know.
so,
Actually,
like,
that one,
superhero.
okay, that one I give him a pass. Okay, but
Yeah,
the,
that might-
the
and
other
also
blue one,
maybe
no,
he
I
was
don't.
stronger
I
than
don't.
the others, because kind of.
Nah, I
Yeah,
give a pass
I'll-
for the teleporter, but not the other one.
Okay.
That's a better explanation than what I was going for, which is like, okay, the guy hooked up to the machine was the source of the explosion. Therefore, it wasn't technically him blowing up, it was the machine around him blowing up. So maybe maybe it was giving him like it's that superpower origin story where like everything around explodes, but the thing exploding gives the person that caused the explosion like enhanced ability.
Yeah.
Anyway, the portal thing is a
It
better
could be.
explanation. It could have been
Yeah.
like, oh, okay,
I don't know.
he portaled out
I
of there.
agree with you. It would be cool if like he was in an enclosed chamber or something that protected him. Like maybe the other guy was just half behind a pillar or something. Like if they truly like explain that, it'd be great. But for me, that doesn't completely detract from it. But I see what you're saying. Like it is a little,
This is odd.
magical.
They all died except like 3 guys. Great.
Most villains in Invincible, despite how much death there is, they always there's always most of them will make a return, which is also something I like, and also something I appreciate that the show is not killing them off like Marvel movies do. No matter how silly and like crazy the villains are, I love that they don't just die from their insane antics, and they always make a comeback.
Yeah,
Like
and there
the
were some
Muller
that you
twins?
thought might have been, but then they kind of teased it at the end of season 1 that they're still alive.
Yeah, like the Muller twins, they'll continue to be half comic relief, half somewhat threatening throughout the series.
Yes.
Like, and they have moments like they did in season 1 where they kind of help out, but they're still evil. They still have their own plans, and so it's a fun character, and I'd say that was more an animation thing than a writer thing. Like they probably felt like they needed a bigger explosion to hook viewers in more. They're like, ooh, explosion, awesome. And so I'll say that was more an animators thing. Animators just showing off more than a writing mistake. Because I do like the Muller twins, and this new portal guy seems interesting. It does feel like the Invincible comics do it pretty good, but there are a lot of characters, and a lot of them are recurring.
I did like the rest. So the action was amazing. As usual, Invincible is really good at making interesting fights between characters. It was also enjoyable to see that in other reality, Invincible team up with his father, and they're basically unstoppable, and they just beat the crap out of everyone. That
In the
was
business,
great.
we call this foreshadowing.
Yeah. Also thought Mark Guilt was well written. He's like, oh, but I didn't save enough people, and that kind of stuff is very endearing. I also liked a lot Mark growed to prove that he is different from his father. He now accepts to work under uh I forgot his name, but the old man tutelage. He is now basically one of his pawns. And that's growth because if I remember correctly from season one, he wanted to be independent, just like what his father was. And now he accepts the dependence. So that's growth, if I remember
He's
correctly, season one.
he's opening up to working with others, despite how
Yeah.
much he is capable of. He understands his limitations, and he does
Well,
have limitations right now.
it's more like he accepts the fact that he got to work with others to not become like his father. That's more like the point of what's going on, and I
Yeah.
really enjoy that. Um, the other thing is, it was very sad to see the guy lack of leadership, and now he basically lost his position into team leader. Can't remember the name of that guy, but the creature. That was basically the previous team leader that is no longer the team leader because it's
The
now
Immortal?
immortal.
Oh, it's-
Now it's immortal, the new leader, but the previous one got demoted, and that was sad. But
Oh, was it
that was
Robot?
well written. Yeah, I think that was. I think. Um,
Yeah, the robot guy who
I
cloned
get
himself.
characters mixed up with that. They're confusing a bit. But what else? Immortal lack of trust towards Mark was very
Com-
believable, and
Completely justified.
yeah, and on top of that, maybe that's the start of a character arc at some extent because maybe at the end of the season you will end up trusting, or you will try to end Mark. One of the two. I'm excited to see what it will do with that. Very good episode. I liked it. Outside of my one issue, what did you think of this episode, Cole?
Yeah, I really loved it. I just really loved like the progression from season one, like where the characters are at now, and also like not going too like far into the future, just like a month in, but enough where it shows like the lasting effects and everything. I thought that was a smart decision. I also really liked like the alternate universe thing with the one guy with the portals at the beginning. That was really well done. And yeah, I really love the action scenes and everything, and just all the writing and characters throughout the whole episode, and their issues, and also the comedic ones with the twins. I really like that as well, and the scenes with them. And I thought this did a good job for a first episode of the season and laying the groundworks for it all. Uh, there were some characters where I think maybe they could have got some more screen time to see their mindset of it all right now. Some supporting characters, but I think they'll do that in other episodes, so I'm fine with it. But yeah,
just
what I'm really interested in seeing though is this was originally rumored to get like a crazy amount of episodes, like 20, and it was thought to be confirmed for ages until they said no, it's only 8, like in last second, which it makes sense because I don't understand how they would be able to make like 20 of these episodes in time. Like they take a while to animate and everything, but um, it still makes me wonder though, how they'll fit everything into these 8 episodes though, because there is quite a little bit to cover with like what they teased at the end of season 1. With a lot of things that people like aren't even thinking of. Like I think people like completely forgot about the one episode with like the aliens and how one of those dudes got infected. So that will probably be like in one of those episodes. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of rabbit holes in Invincible.
Yeah.
A lot of
yeah.
storylines.
Yeah, I actually heard though that there was a creator of this of season 2 who said online that the finale of season 2 will might divide some fans who are who've read the comics or whatnot and are big fans of that. So I'm wondering what that will be, but we'll see.
I really hope we don't get another world-ending threat. I'm tired. Like, that's a trope that's in everything now. It's like,
Yeah, I mean, a lot of
always
these could be
higher
tropes.
skill.
Like
I
I
think
think
that-
just like evil Superman has been just an overdone trope by now with these characters, but
The unfortunate thing with Invincible is it is a different take on the Superman thing, and yes, there are like because it's Mark is the son of an alien from a race of superpowered tyrants. They're like every major villain is basically an evil Superman or a what's his name, General Zod type
yeah,
character.
because they have to make them that strong, to so there's like some conflict, or else it would be pretty easy with like how strong they are. So I mean, it is a trope. It is kind of like multi, but I mean, a lot of things can be a trope though. Like just watch like any anime, and I'm sure everyone that exists has tropes. That so some of them I'm not a huge fan of, like the repeating storylines in shows. That's why I don't like shows as much as the movies myself, outside of the odd ones like Attack on Titan. But I think so. I think those just like depends how they execute it. Like some people didn't love the execution of it in the Boys season 3 and got a little tired of like the evil Superman thing with Homelander. But with this so far, I think the execution is is fantastic. So I mean, I don't really care if it's a trope and the world ending threats.
The problem with what happened with the Boys is, and the comics, I haven't read the Boys comics, so I don't remember.
Well, I'll tell you, the Boys comics are kind of bad. It's like, look, the writers might have like not done as good of a job with season 2 and season 3 writing in comparison to like season 1, but considering the resources they were given with the comics, I think they did a damn good job, because the comics is like really all the things that tries touching on is like empty, and it's just like it's shock for the sake of it with no meaning, and it just does a really like poor job. And that's like that writer in a nutshell. With his other things, it's like he doesn't put as much thought and like effort into it.
And my point is like, and to tie it back to Invincible and the Boys, it's the problem with writing an overpowered supervillain is like, how is the hero going to beat him if not having similar abilities? And so that's the problem that they ran into with the Boys. But with Invincible, it makes sense. Like, Mark has the ability of being an incredibly powerful Viltrumite.
But also him being only part it, helps a bit with like the power scale, not making it like too up there as well.
It's the classic like Jesus type figure, because like not to get religious, but like Jesus was like he was like, his father was his god and his mother was immortal, like, and so there's humanity, and so like characters that reflect that, like Mark, where he has this like bloodline, like with being, and this responsibility supposedly of being this incredibly powerful like being, but he has humanity. He is more in touch with humanity because his mother was human, and that he can be the bridge between those worlds. I like stories like that.
It has potential to be really good, but I just don't want another world-ending threat. Maybe that's just me.
That was quite a tangent. To bring it back to world-ending threats, I agree. I think that the next world-ending threat will unfortunately be a General Zod type, and I don't remember how far into. I think I don't remember how
Well,
far into
I
the
will
comics
say,
it's introduced.
make sure you don't like spoil things for people who didn't read the comics, just in case, like any
Yeah.
viewers watching.
No, yeah,
Also,
I'm keeping it.
I read some of it myself. I don't think multi in them did though.
No,
Yeah,
I didn't.
I'm keeping it vague. I don't think he will show up in this season. He might, they might tease him on the very last episode, but I don't think he'll be the big bad of this season. I think they'll keep it. Omni-Man will still be gone. All other Viltrumite threats might still stay away for now. I think it'll be mostly centered on Earth, and Mark figuring out stuff.
Yeah.
There'll be some big bads, but probably nothing too big from what I remember.
Yeah, I mean,
there's
I do know of some like character deaths and new like replacement characters that might come in, but from like what I've read from the comics, but I don't know how long that would be. But anyway, yeah,
I feel like overall this season is going to be a little more relaxed. The first season was done so well to bring in viewers. There was a huge threat towards the climax of the season, and I think this season's a little more relaxed. And then I think season 3 is where they're going to pick it up.
Yeah,
I think season 3 is where they're going to pick it up.
Well, yeah, will be very chaotic, and I think that's some good pace in there and like structure.
Yeah,
you know, the other thing that kind of reminds me of though, with like the power scale and then world and then threats is almost every speedster. It's like that's why they just like either kill them off or make it so it's like they can't really use their powers because they don't know how to level it.
Speedsters are pretty hard to like. I do like when they give limitations to super overpowered abilities, like Adam Eve, for instance. Her power is insane, but I like the limitations that they give her, and she is a great character, and she, despite her abilities and her being a girl, the comics at least don't make her like a Mary Sue, and so far the show hasn't, and I'm grateful for that. I really like her character.
Yeah, I don't know if like they've made anyone a Mary Sue or like Gary Sue, whatever you call it, yet.
Yeah.
But
so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good.
That's all I can say about Invincible. Like I said before, the Invincible comics are not PC, so they might make it a little more progressive. Hopefully nothing worse than Amber, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, if they just make it like as progressive as
Amber
season 1, then I think it'll be good. That was like the perfect balance. Besides one thing where I feel like they could have maybe toned back on, but like I'm pretty loose when it comes to that stuff. I don't really care as much about that stuff as long as the actual film and show is good. But there are definitely some times where it gets really annoying, and then other times where I just want to slam my head against the wall, just like that lovely MCU show. We all know, Multi, your favorite show ever. Anyway, but yeah, besides like one tiny thing where after I read the comics, I realized they kind of maybe could have done better with. I think they did the perfect job with season 1 with it, so just hopefully that continues.
My only dislike of season 1 is Amber. That's it. You go ahead.
Well, that's everybody's thing, and the thing is I didn't read the comics beforehand when I watched the season 1 of it, so obviously out of all the characters in the show, she's the weakest. I still liked her character overall, but out of the rest of the characters, obviously one of the weakest, and because I at least liked it where they did it a more very realistic type of relationship thing instead of just things that people picture in their heads and stuff, and with the character and conflict. So I enjoyed that, but after I read the comics, there was just one thing where they really screwed up on but I think what scene with the fucking power reveal, but whatever. We won't touch on that much. If you want to read the comics, so Multi, that would be pretty funny for you to see the difference.
and I've heard she is white in the comics. That's the first thing I've heard.
The reveal in the comics was her going, "Oh, cool, you're invincible," and then in the show, just fly away, boy, fuck off.
She's like, "Yeah, I knew." It was like, "Oh, if you knew, then why did you get mad at him?"
Yeah.
Anyway,
Exactly. Fuck off.
I don't mind that they race swapped her just because Amber in the comics looks nearly identical to Adam Eve, and I'm like, I don't mind
Yeah,
making the character look a little different,
I
or
don't
even a
mind
race
like
swap. Really,
different changes with characters or race swaps like that. That's fine, depending on.
it depends on the race swap for me, but I usually don't mind.
Yeah, like this one I was fine with, and others I'm fine with.
Yeah.
Although our friend Showmonger has brought up though how they try to do this as a substitute for making like original, like just for superheroes, for example, in the MCU, like original or bringing on the screen original like black or diverse characters in that. As like a substitute thing, like okay, T'Challa's dead, but we're race swapping like Wonder Man or whatever, and then it's like it will just be like the opposite for helping with that cause, because then in the end, it's like they'll most likely just go back to being white, and then everybody will forget that version, and then there's no new black character. So that's something he did bring up.
Supposedly Hollywood has like rules for modern stuff nowadays where they have to have a certain amount of representation in everything, even if it's like just some background characters. They have to have which
apparently
I can understand that, but most studios push it too far.
Yeah, there are times where they push it too far for sure, but I can mostly understand that. Like even like old like things with like Oppenheimer or like Dunkirk, there were it's not like black people didn't exist or anything, so it makes sense to have like at least a few of them in the background. But even though like obviously like back then with like there are lesser of them in those areas of like with society, because
you have to be careful with period
oppression.
Pieces. Yeah.
Like there are some of them where it makes sense not to have any in it. Like I would say probably, what was it again? I'm trying to think of the film. I'm blanking on it, but
like
another example, I guess, like the Northman and the Lighthouse, I guess, stuff like that.
And what's it called? You mentioned it earlier. It was the All Quiet on the Western Front.
But at the same time though, like the French side did have some of those, and they did show it in the background, like in the one scene with like the French army they had. So that's why I was about to list that off as an example, or 1917, but then I remembered they did have some of them in it.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, well, if you go back, like I think, like I'm pretty sure they showed like a couple black people in the French army side of things, like in that scene before the German army attacks at the end when they're forced to attack.
Right.
Anyhow, I think my biggest issue I had with Amber is more like the shipping they did, because I thought
he didn't like the love triangle. He finds that annoying and shows in films like the love triangle thing.
And on top of that, I thought Mark was just a better fit for Eve. I just don't see the connection they have.
Well, this is what my argument kind of was, though, Malty, and I'll repeat it to you. Like in the comics, it's different, but like the reason why I was okay with it, like that's I think like pretty realistic in that case, because there's a lot of like people who it's like they're like better friends and everything, and like like it might seem that way, but as like an actual relationship thing, not really the case. It's like a entirely different thing, and it's probably like better not to be. And then with other people who it's like don't always have like the same views or agreements or like hobbies on everything, but then it ends up being better for that. Like that's something realistic and in life, and I think like the show depicted that well in season 1. But up until the power thing, that was the one thing I didn't like about the character. But outside of that, I liked it for that reason. Like out of all the characters in the show, she's like probably one of the weakest, if not the weakest, but still I think was a positive because of that.
I just don't see what Amber sees in Mark and what Mark sees in Amber. I just don't see how they would be more than just friends. Because let's be honest, she is not a superhero, first of all, and second, if I remember correctly, they had very different point of views in season 1.
But again, I think that's
relationship.
realistic, though. I think honestly,
opposites attract, man.
Yes, like honestly, that's pretty realistic. Like most of the time, actually, the opposites, do, and also like remember, his mother and father are different too. So that's remember.
Yeah. Anyway,
I need to.
We will let Gray talk now because that's his turn to talk about episode 1 of season 2.
Yeah. So I kind of dug the fake out beginning part. It was awesome. I wanted to kind of see more what like an evil mark would be, and then that also sets up the potential that there are other Omni-Men and evil marks out there. So that could be another fun thread for the future. But yeah, overall, I really liked it. It was kind of crazy to see how brutal an evil mark could be. Like, apparently he had been practicing on, what was it, protesters or something to perfect his fate for the eve of that world. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, it is pretty ruthless, but in a way you can kind of understand it, I guess. And then I like how it picks up on a lot of the threads from season 1, like the mother being essentially a pet to Omni-Man. That's I don't know. I feel like that would affect you in some way. So I do like that they're kind of showing the mom that way. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's got a lot of potential. And then kind of seeing the toll that it's taken on this mark and how he wants to actually try and do good. And this wasn't the fate that he wanted. The end of this episode. So I don't know. It definitely brings a lot of potential for me. I could see ways that they could screw it up, but I really kind of trust what they're doing from everything I've seen so far. So I'm just excited to see kind of episode 2.
Same here. I really liked this episode. That's a great start. I don't have much more to say. I think we talked in length about Invincible. What would be your grade out of 10, starting with Gray?
I think for me, probably like an 8. It feels like it's really solid. I don't know that it's the best that it could have been, but I really like what we got out of this one. So yeah, I think I'd go like an 8.
What about you, Cole?
Yeah, I'll give it a. I would say for like episodes like of seasons while they're still releasing, it's very subject to change depending on how the other episodes and season overall goes, and just to make sure like I'm either not underrating or overrating something. So this is subject to change when we do these live, but for now I'll give this a 9 out of 10.
And for me, this is a 9.7, near perfection. I really liked it. I can't remember what was the average of season 1, but if I gave 8.5, I can only guess the average was around 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So that's a above average episode for me. I liked it a lot. Anyway, is there anything you have seen among the topics at Drape outside of Invincible?
Not particularly. I just know like little bits and pieces about the list and movies and
No Curse of Michael Myers or 5 Cream.
No, I never got into slasher movies. I'm more into I do love horror, but it's like slasher movies. I usually see them as more cheesy and campy, and I can't take them seriously.
Yeah, I mean, there's some that do them great, but I agree.
And obviously every sequel gets worse and campier than the other, and I appreciate the ones that are self-aware and they know that they're campy and dumb.
Like I think Jason
so I can
Lives
respect that
one. It was really self-aware at that point, so they did a good job with Jason Lives, I think.
Yeah. But from what I heard, I heard that the latest Scream movie, wasn't there one that came out like this year or last year.
Yeah,
I heard that one was.
6.
Yeah,
That
I
was
heard that one
bad.
wasn't too bad. Oh, okay.
well, no.
Hey, we
listen,
haven't covered
No,
it yet, right?
Yeah, we haven't,
Isn't
but
that-
yes, it's next week. So look,
I was gonna say I haven't actually watched it yet.
yeah, Scream 5 and Scream
So
6
I'm looking forward to it.
has its fans. I just don't understand why. Like Scream 5, I think just when we get to it, it does so many things wrong. But Scream 6, it doesn't do as many like things wrong like that. But it is just like, it's just like a soulless film to me. It's like they're like, we ran out of all ideas. We for Scream, and Wes Craven isn't here to make a good film anymore. But we need to milk this franchise dry anyway. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna fill it with the most kills and everything, and just make it a generic slasher film. And then we'll gain some younger fans who don't appreciate the original Screams. And that's what it felt like, and that's why it feels like it has fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a reboot, though. It's what you got to do, and if they reference it, then it's meta.
Yeah, fuck.
Oh my. Next week will be a slaughter when we talk about Scream 6. Yeah. So next topic will be One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest.
Yeah, Cuckoo's Nest. So did you see that grape or no?
I've never seen it, but I've heard of it.
Okay, so is there like any other topics you've seen or no? Like you haven't seen any of the shows, like Gen V's episode 8?
I avoided Gen V because to me it sounded and looked like just The Boys, but with another cast in the same universe.
Exactly.
Same universe, same tone, same writing, just with different people. And
It isn't the same writing. It's worse. It's like they got their B team to do it.
Ooh.
It's like a downgrade. Remember season 2 and 3 that were kind of bad? Gen V is on the same vein.
You know what Gen V reminds me of is Fear the Walking Dead. There was back when The Walking Dead was popular, like a few years into it, they're like, let's make a spin-off and call it Fear the Walking Dead.
You know what? I'm still trying to understand why why Fear the Walking Dead and The Walking Dead Daryl has fans. I'm trying to understand it. But I'm also just trying to understand why that show didn't die after the first season anyway. Because that was the only great season. Then they decided to just cheap it down.
The first 2 seasons are not too bad. The original, I think the original creator, or maybe it was just the first season, that the original creator, because the same guy.
Yeah, it was just the first season. All right, the first season was great. They put a lot of production care into and everything with the original creator and the director who did stuff like The Shawshank Redemption and Green Mile and stuff. But yeah, after that, then they fired the director and such, and then just did their own thing, hired a bunch of hacks, lowered the budget to a shit ton, and that's why you only see like one zombie every episode because of makeup costs, while all the others in the background have like no makeup on them, and then just turned it into like a melodramatic just drama with every fucking character, and they spread it out, all these seasons and episodes out as well as possible so they can just pump those out as many as possible, and it's just, this shit's never gonna die and fucking kill me. And yeah, season 1 was the only great one.
Yeah, I followed the show up until like season 4, season 5 when it started getting really repetitive. And I thought it was decent up until then, and that's why.
No. It was still half decent because despite that, just the source material they were working with the comics and the actors were able to still carry it and make it half decent. But then right around when Negan came in, then it was just completely garbage. Outside of him, he was the only decent thing with it left.
Yeah,
and I knew the moment fucking they brought in Daryl and he wasn't a character from the comics, and all the fangirls are like, "Oh, Daryl's so cool." I knew that fucker would just never die and have infinite plot armor.
I think that the original creator, he mentioned, like, had he stayed on the show, Daryl was one of those characters intended to just die off pretty early on. But I think just because the actor's so cool looking and he looks cool killing zombies that they kept him on.
Yeah,
And
because
yeah,
they're like, oh, they
he
were all
does.
so cool, so let's just keep it all forever. Yay! Good job.
Yeah.
I knew that shit would happen. Like the moment I remember watching just season 1 and season 2 with my friends in middle school when I was a kid, and all of them around me were like, "Oh my god, he's so cool! He has a crossbow and everything." I was just like, "Yeah, they're never killed this fucker off."
And he talks like this.
Anyhow,
Anyway,
and he's
then-
happy to do it because he doesn't do anything else with his career, so he's happy to do it for the paychecks.
I mean,
great.
Tallahassee. Anyway, yeah. Gen D.
Yeah, Gen V, I guess. That's the next topic then. Gen V season 1, episode 8. That's the next topic, I guess.
Yeah.
I will be the most negative. I know that because that's been like that.
I
since
don't know
we
about
started.
that.
Oh, really? Oh, I'm not alone anymore. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
no,
okay.
I thought
will
this
let you
was
both
an
talk.
okay episode, but yeah, let go first, Gray.
Yeah. So again, like I think I've started this every single week saying like I didn't like The Boys, so I wasn't really looking forward to this. And then every week it's just kind of like captured me more and more, and I've really enjoyed it. But I kept saying that there is this potential that they won't pay off anything. It was really kind of these threads that could be that was keeping my intrigue, and they paid off none of them at all. Like everything in the story is completely paid off. It's not like they left a bunch of loose threads, but like the parts that intrigue me, like in episode 7, like the way that Shetty had Kate like put her head on her lap, I was actually like comforting her, and then said, I need one more thing from you. Like there is the potential that was and then she stops everybody from using their powers once she makes Shetty do that. Like it just makes you wonder, is this another group delusion? That could be. And then are they going to pay it off? Every single thing that they could have done, they did not pay off. Like, I don't know. For me, it's just, okay, so everything is just on the nose on this. And it's not, there aren't layers to it. Like, the layers that I thought could be there were just all in my head.
And that
they
was
did
very
not
disappointing.
exist.
It just shows, like, this really is, like, a B team right in this. They don't have the talent to...
I think so.
Yeah.
I had a little bit more faith in them. Like, hey, maybe there are these layers because there's just so much potential. And then I feel like it's wasted.
Yeah, and the reason why I was very, like, even though I still thought, the majority of this show was solid up until this point, like this last episode, Gray, the reason why I've been pretty tough on it, though, is because there's so many films and shows that, like, cover these sort of things that do such a great job with it. So if you're going to do that in the Boys universe and with, like, the power thing, you better have, like, layers and some unique, like, ideas to it. But they really didn't outside of a few things. Anyways, was there anything else, Gray?
Yeah, I don't know. There's so much, like, I don't know. You could have paid off, and maybe they will in the future, but it's like, I don't know. Could Golden Boy actually do that to himself, or was that, Marie or whatever doing that to him? Well, it sounds like apparently he did, even though her powers seem to be exactly what happened to him. I don't know. There's so much that they could have like paid off that I don't feel like they were writing on multiple levels. It just felt like everything was surface level. Everything I read into it was just too much. Like, I don't know. And then they also did the whole, what do you call it? Like, Chekhov's gun thing or whatever with the like alcohol bottle full of piss. Like nobody drank that. Like why did we see a guy piss into a bottle for no reason? I don't know. There's just so many things that like they for no reason paid off at any point. I don't know. It just seemed very mediocre to me. And then the fact that I don't know, these characters do seem to get single motivation. Like I don't know. The only thing that's motivating Marie is just her sister, maybe not seeing her as like I don't know. To me, that's just so like one dimensional. I don't know. Just I was fighting you on this the whole way, Cole. That like no, maybe these guys aren't the B team writers. There's potential for layers here, and it was all wasted. There were no layers. Yeah, so I just was not happy with it.
Yeah, it really was, and it's disappointing. Like there are so many layers and cool, unique character things they could have done with like a sort of coming of age, like college, like drama thing with like the boys, with their powers and stuff, and they only scratched the surface of what they could have done, and it's very disappointing. But I kind of saw this coming. But once again, I would say I'll give credit to the actors in the beginning, like the first 3 episodes. I did not like them at all, and it's because they're newer actors and younger actors, so I expected that. But I was hoping that as it goes on, they'll improve with like the more experience on screen and the more chemistry they build up, and they did. So I'll give credit there. But yeah, with this finale though, completely agree with you. Like you said, pretty much everything I was gonna say. I it's kind of like average to me. I didn't hate it still, but it's just such a disappointing one, and I didn't really like the writing still much in it at all. I didn't really like it visually. It's just kind of disappointing. I don't think it was terrible though, but yeah, and that's basically my thoughts on it. So I guess you can go multi.
Oh my, roasting time. Eat a snack or something. This episode was awful. It's not the worst. This season had worst episode for sure. But it was bad. Half of it I was rolling my eyes. Like if you place the show on mute, the show suddenly gets better.
Oh, yeah, but you know what, Multi? This is exactly when I was rating the Invincible episode. This was what I was talking about, because I give some ratings out on the potential, and if they do what I think they're doing, but by the end, if they don't, then I have to go change my ratings. Like I remember giving a lot of episodes in the weeks like a 7, 6.5, and such. After this, I'm probably dropping those to like a 5.5 and such.
I don't.
Is this
Yeah,
the
that
last
was the
episode of the
last.
season? Wow.
Yeah, it's 8 episodes. If you want to watch some, I guess.
After we are done talking about episode 8, we will talk about the entire season as one thing, just like what we did with the Shoka. This was bad. Okay, first issue, it wasn't funny. I can't remember what made my eye roll, but there's many examples most likely. Think of a scene that tried to be funny, I most likely rolled my eyes. Next up would be Glasses Guys wasn't funny. I can't even remember his name. He got some my nerve. He is like overused. I hate that character. Again, not funny. That's why I am saying mute the episode. The episode suddenly gets better. Next up would be plot armor on the magnetic guy. I can't even remember that detail. I just marked it down. So I most likely rolled my eye. Not funny again. That's a trend. Now, I admit there's a few things I did like with this episode, but yeah, the bad outweighs the good, as we say. So the breakout scene was entertaining. The board meeting was cool. At least the girl go full on villain. I'm glad she turned out to be the villain in the end. The action was great. The Tinigil deconstruction was cool, and that's it. I'm glad we are done with this show. Season 2 will be another train wreck, I can tell. Season 1, man, that was bad. Anyway, episode 8, it went fast. That's probably the fastest episode we had in the show, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean that's a good episode. That's actually one of the worst episodes we got. I don't have much more to say about the specific episode. So I guess we can move on to the grade out of 10. For me, this is a 6 for this specific episode. What about
6.
you, Cole?
That sounds really nice.
Not for me. For me, nice is 7. 7 is average. 6 means mediocre for me.
If I got a 6 out of 10, I'd call that a win.
I don't.
Yeah, it's passing grade, man.
Not for me.
Yeah,
5 is bad. 6
yeah.
is mediocre.
Yeah, a 7 for him is passable.
Yeah.
I don't get it, but I mean that's his rating system. But I mean, he doesn't do it based on like how sometimes when people do that, they do it based on just because of like American school grades, which is stupid and like illogical. That's like different from like other things. Like a 5 out of 10 is 2.5 stars out of 5. That's in the middle. But he does it for
Yeah.
other reasons. But yeah, I mean, for me, like a 5 is passable. That's average.
So what would be your grade, Cole?
For this episode. Yeah, honestly, I said average, but honestly, the more I think about it, the more I hate this, and the more that I heard you guys talk, there are some things I didn't even realize. So I'll give this a generous 4 for now.
Okay. What about you, Gray? What's your grade out of 10 for the episode?
Yeah, I think I'm.
I got so many issues with this
Yeah,
show.
and I'll just go quickly first because I've already kind of like said all my things about the overall season in that talk anyway. Just again, there was so much potential for this show, and with the premise of everything, and yet they screwed it up. Now here's the thing. I think what would have been better, and what I was hoping they would do instead, is if they weren't like talented enough to do this across like 8 episodes, what would have been better is if it was 8 episodes of this sort of thing, but covering completely different characters and different main character and like different schools in each one with like different storylines. I think that would have been better.
I agree.
Yeah, and that's what I was hoping for when I saw this get announced and I saw like the preview for it. I thought it would be kind of something like that maybe, but nope, it wasn't. Yeah, but I think that would have fixed a lot of the issues. Yeah. Now, like I knew like this wouldn't be like as big scope as The Boys, obviously, because considering the premise, it has to be smaller scope. But there were still so many disappointments like that, and things that just went nowhere. And it's like even though there were things that like didn't happen that I wanted to, I would still be fine with it. Like there were movies that I watched and it's like there's stuff that I think will happen and I want to see happen and then they don't and then I'm disappointed by it. But that wasn't because the film was bad. It was just I had expectations going into it, just like assuming what will happen that I shouldn't have. Like you should try to go to each film with like a blank state of mind if you can. And so, I still would have been fine with that if at least, it was well made, but it wasn't. Like the acting improved over time, but the writing never did. The production design never really did. The visuals were enlightened and such were 50-50. There were times like in episode 1 where it was decently well done, but other times where it was just shit. But yeah, for the do you want me to give the rating now for the overall season or wait?
Not yet. We still have a few stuff to discuss about since it's in depth.
Yeah, but what about you, Gray?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I wasn't digging The Boys going into this. In fact, I can't really remember what happened in any of season 3. I had just really checked out. So when I was watching this show, and I was basically just watching it for this, I don't know if I would have picked it up. I think I would have just skipped it. But every episode kept kind of hooking me. So I don't know, like it had a lot of potential, and I didn't know any of the like story going in. I just basically knew, okay, it's kind of like the X-Men Academy of this world. There's some things that were done kind of well. I do like how they kind of fleshed out the Victoria Newman character a little bit more and kind of brought her in. I kind of like how they brought in some of like the news reporters. I guess I like how they tied in the flight from season 1. But there's like so many things that they didn't do that well. I think there were so many threads that made me think that this could be operating on multiple levels. Like, was it Marie all along? Like, just when she gets distressed, do people explode or whatever? I don't know. They didn't seem to pay that off at all. It seems like it was just as straightforward and one-dimensional as it was. There were a few different things that I kind of bought into that it's like, well, maybe they're setting this up for multiple levels. Maybe it isn't just this person's evil. I don't know. It was just all a little too surface level for me by the end. But I wouldn't regret watching it. But yeah, I think I gave it way more credit watching it single episode by single episode. I think I I definitely would have rated it lower had I been able to like binge the whole season at one time. Just a lot of the things don't pan out. I think I made more theories in my head that made it way better than it actually was. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm left on it. I was wrong. Cole was right. This is the B team.
And I was also right to roast the shit out of this every week. So, first issue I had with the entire season. Pacing. It feels like 4-5 episode season extended to 8 for the sake of having 8 episodes. So Cole basically told something I thought. What if they gave every character one episode, or they try one story per episode? That could have been better. Next up, humor. I don't think the humor was that great. More missed than hits for me. And I will admit, there are a few times where I did laugh, and a few times where I did enjoy myself, but compare that to The Boys, it's nowhere near as good. The humor is just pathetic. It's made by 12 years old. That's what I think. Um, in the same veins, the dialogue. I lost brain cell over so many of the lines. Here again, it feels like it's 12 years old as part of that team of writers.
Is
Plot
it woke?
armor. Huh?
Is it woke?
I wouldn't say it's that woke. They try to be, but I wouldn't say it's woke. I'd say they tried.
There were some lines in it that were a little annoying that you can maybe consider that as that, but I think it was more so just the writers were trying to like be hip with the teens and stuff like that, and they tried doing like comedy things like that you could be maybe classified a bit as that, but aren't. It's just more so just comes off as pathetic.
I think they did try to be woke, but it wasn't really that woke.
Yeah, well,
But
I mean, you remember, woke isn't always, it isn't like a negative word or thing all the
Yeah.
time. It
Yeah.
obviously depends.
Doesn't
which
have to
one,
be.
but-
I
Yeah,
mean, like
this-
they did that one character that can switch genders, but I don't know. I don't see that as like a super woke character. It's just like, oh, that's an interesting power.
Yeah,
Like,
you
I
know.
don't know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that,
it just-
that
it
was
just
one
depends.
of my favorite character. I actually like that character.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think they did try, but it didn't really work well. Um, Next up would be plot armor. Characters were always in danger, but there was no true tension since only Golden Boy truly died.
And the filmmaking didn't help. Like, how you saw that filmmaking multi in Paths of Glory?
Yeah,
How it helped build tension? This didn't at all. They didn't know what
And-
to do with the camera.
I will add a bit more. So Mary cut off the girl and to protect the non-binary character because I can't remember their damn names. That's telling. Like, characters are forgettable, but she got off the girl's end instead of just blowing up the girl, because plot armor, I guess. And it's shocking. Oh no, that was my next point. But yeah, no character died, and I feel like they were placed in many situations throughout the season where at least 2 or 3 other characters should have died. Like, half of the cast would have been gone if there was no plot armor on them. And I didn't say the same for the boys. I don't remember saying that with the boys. Okay, Grape. Okay. So we are closing in right now on the topic, I guess. But yeah. Next up would be characters are forgettable, which is sad because that's what I look forward to get. Like, when I watch a TV show or a movie, I'm into the characters. And if they are forgettable, that's already a big miss for me. Next up would be story picked up way too late in the show. Because I felt like episode 6, 7, 8 were like much better than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just too late. The damage has been done. Like, even if you had like 3 banger at the end of your season, it's not good. You cannot do like half a season being watchable. It just doesn't work. Next would be only one episode among all 8 is worth watching for me. And this is sad. The next issue would be the season didn't feel complete. It felt like a building block setting up season 2 ended by season 4 because of the last episode. Like, oh, they are now the villains because media are wrong and because Homelander is hero. Nah. It doesn't work for me. Anyhow,
Evil Superman.
yeah. We will ask top episode, worst episode to the panel, and then we will give our overall grade. So, Cole, what would be your top 3 and worst 3 episode this season?
My top 3 and worst 3. I told you what I said. However, for this, since we did it week by week, I can do it with this one. I probably can't with the other shows though. But also the ratings for this on IMDb and other sites are dropping now, so that's good. Okay, so my top 3 would be, I guess, episode 7, episode 4, and episode 2. And then my bottom 3 are episode 3, episode 6, and episode 8.
Okay, very interesting. We have similar things here and there. What about you, Gray? What would be your top 3 and worst 3 episode this season?
Well, I definitely should have kept better notes on this. I don't know that I have like 3 that were the top ones to me.
Or
Well,
one?
we know what your worst one is, though. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. So my worst 2 would be the first one and the last episode. So I guess 1 and 8. I don't know. I just don't think that they were that strong. I think both of them could have been stronger. I think somewhere around episode 2 kind of hooked me. So I guess I'd say 2 is one of those stronger ones. And then I don't know. I liked some of the puppet scenes throughout it. I know that there was one where I thought it was tastefully done where he is sorry, I can't remember the character's name now, but he is the armed articulate puppet where everybody else is the rod arm puppets, and he's just able to kind of rip them apart. I don't know. I think there's highlights throughout it, but yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that there's 3 like amazing episodes to recommend or anything like that. But my worst ones for sure would be the first one and the last one.
Okay. And now it's the guessing game. I will let Gray guess and then Cole guess what would be my top 3 and worst 3 episode this season.
Here, I actually have to get going.
Yeah.
Okay, so
sorry.
Okay,
It's
so before you leave, what do you have going on your channel?
Okay, I really got to do stuff with my channel. Most of my work.
Did you
You
like
get
out?
cut off.
Oh shit! I hope his internet didn't go out again. But
I
okay.
also hope so.
While he's not talking, though, I mean, if you want, I could send him a DM if so, and you can just he could tell me what he has going on. I can repeat it, but I mean, I guess while he's not talking, I can just say yeah. I mean, he has his
Hello?
channel doing stuff.
Oh yeah, you're back.
There we go.
You
Fine.
froze. You froze.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, that was yeah. But yeah, I got to start doing.
You froze again.
Oh my god. Okay, well, I'm just gonna say that he does have artwork and comic things.
I think he came back sick. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
I don't-
back.
Oh, this is weird. Anyway, yeah, I do comics. Find me at Hot Grapes Comics. And I hope to be back soon.
And I'm wondering before you leave again, I got a question for you. Are you interested into deeper discussion? Because on Wednesday we got another show going on, and we have different topics every week Tomorrow we will talk about artificial intelligence. Are you into that kind of deeper talk?
Yeah. I just got to make sure that if I'm not working, I'm always down to stream when I'm not working. But I'm working a lot of the time during this time of the day.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll see
I
what
will
I
add
can
you to
do.
the chat then. I will add you to the chat since you seem interested. Um, so yeah, thank you a lot for coming, man. I'm glad you were able to join us tonight. It's been a
Yeah,
long time we talked. Like at least it's been at least a month or two. We reached out, and that's fun. I'm always glad to have new guests. It's amazing. Thank you for joining us here again. Have
yeah.
a
Thank you
great
guys
day.
for having
Take
me.
care.
Yeah.
You're welcome, man. You're welcome. We will talk later, man.
All right. Talk to y'all later. Thank you.
Nice.
So yeah, guessing game. What do you think is my
Okay.
top three and worst three? Gray.
I'm not 100% positive. I think I'm guessing towards the latter half, so like 4, 5, 6 would be your top three. I'm guessing your least favorite would be like 1, 2, 3, but I don't know. That's just a guess.
Very interesting take. Very understandable. What about you, Cole? What do you think is my top three and worst three?
I think your worst three are probably episode. Well, let me actually pull up the episode thing again just so I can see. But I'm pretty sure it's episode 1, episode 5, and then episode 8, and then your best three are probably episode 2, episode 4, and episode 7.
Okay, this is the reveal time. I am looking into my notes right now. So my favorite, I will start off with my favorites because this I know very well in comparison of the rest. Um, so my favorite was episode 7 with a 9.5 out of 10. And just like what I said last week, yeah, that was last week. If the entire season was that good, I would have enjoyed the crap out of it. But that wasn't the case. That's like the fluke. So episode 7 was a 9.5 out of 10 for me. Coming in second place would be episode 4 with a 7 out of 10. And coming in third place in my favorite ones would be, I'm looking into it, episode 6. I gave
You
a
got 2
6.
out of your 3 there. That's not horrible.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, actually, probably shouldn't have said 2 because I remembered like that was your best out of the 3 that week, so that's why I said it. But those 3 were all bad to you, so
Yeah, that was like rock bottom entertainment. But yeah, I gave episode 6 a 6.5 out of 10. Outside of the freaking bedroom crap there, that episode would have been great. That's also what I remember saying. That was a really good episode, but just take half of it out and it's amazing. But you need to take it out, you know.
Well, I'm pretty sure we probably know what your worst episodes are now.
Yeah, so rock bottom, the worst of the worst. Episode 3 with a 4 out of 10.
Figured.
Coming in second place, I'm double checking right now.
They
'cause I
really
feel-
wait, hold on. You thought 3 was worse than 1 and 8?
Yeah, by a lot.
Yeah. I mean, I hated it too. I just thought like those were
8?
worse to you.
8, I gave a 6. So that's mediocre at best, but there's a bunch of 4 and 5s. So that's why.
Okay, damn. I thought 8 was like one of the rock bottom for you. Okay, damn.
No, not really. It's like in the middle. It's not the top.
Shit.
It's not
Okay.
the bottom. So coming in second place in the worst would be the first episode with a 4.5 out of 10. That's slightly better than 3, but that's not much said there.
Okay.
And the next one would be.
So I guess it would be 5, right?
Either it's 5 or 2. They have the same grade.
Damn.
I'd say
You should go with 2.
I'd say 2 is worst because I hated the start of the season.
You know, and it's funny because all 3 of those episodes premiered on the day, so we watched all of them. So his worst were all in one day.
That was painful.
That must have been a lovely day for you, wasn't it?
I wanted to die, bro. I was like, bro, what are we going to watch for 8 weeks? What are we going to watch for 8 weeks, bro? I wanted to die, I'm telling you. Only Runaways defeated this shit.
Oh, and I think Runaways Season 2 was fucking worse than She-Hulk, but we'll get to that.
She-Hulk Season 2, though. Looking forward to it.
Hell yeah. I can't wait.
Roasting time. So, the entire season of Gen V, for me, it's a 4.5 out of 10. Slightly better than Inhuman, but it's not much said. I'd rather watch Supergirl's second season. Hell, I'd rather watch Supergirl first season over this shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Thank
many.
you, Gen V.
There's
I
many
throw
better.
you out of the window. I try to forget you existed until season 2 comes around.
Yeah, and Season 2 will, it's gonna be like Christmas morning. Hell yeah. Okay. My rating would probably be like a 5 or 5.5. Yeah.
What about you, Gray?
I think sorry, that bird. I think I'd go like 6. It had some highlights to it. Again, it caught my attention, but I think if I were to actually binge the season, it just ends so poorly to me.
Yeah. I mean, if the finale didn't end so poorly, it would be a 6 for me. But
So I think I want to at least give it some credit. So I think I'd go 6. It's slightly above average. For me, it's not as good as The Boys Season 1, but it beats out the other seasons for me.
Really,
yeah.
I kind of thought Season 3 was an improvement over 2 in this. I thought
I need to watch it again. I think I blocked it all out, and I was definitely looking at it through like kind of.
The Boys Season 2 and 3 are clearly better than this shit.
Yeah. I mean, like Season 3 had some issues like that Season 2 did, but the positives in Season 3 I thought were as high as the positives in Season 1. So, and I thought it had some pretty hilarious moments.
Okay. So I'm wondering, have you seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest, Gray?
Oh yeah, that's a great flick.
And this is the next topic. Who wants to go first on that?
Well, you can go, Gray.
Sure. So I really dig this movie. It's one of my favorite Nicholson performances, and then there's just so many tropes that come off of this. There's been so many parodies of this. Just like the Nurse Ratched trope is just like amazing.
Oh yeah, and remember, with these mental hospital type films, there's been many that came after it, like Girl Interrupted and just many others, but this was one that pretty much did it first.
Yeah, it really did, and it was kind of I don't know if you guys are familiar with the book, but the book came out like kind of in the middle of the lobotomy craze, so it really was like a biting social commentary on what was happening at the time. But yeah, it is kind of amazing. It is a very stark and bleak depiction of mental health in the U.S., but I don't know that it's necessarily gotten any better. There aren't these like facilities anymore. I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, like just having like depression or being gay was considered that where you need to end up there, multi.
For sure. And yeah, and it's just to me, there's just so many tropes that it spawned off of this. There just wasn't kind of this depiction of like mental health and this kind of humanization of it. There were a lot of other depictions of kind of crazies, so to speak. But yeah, it didn't actually show like there could just be some antisocial people. Like I wish I could remember the one character's name, but the one who sadly ends up taking his own life, like that guy
Billy
didn't
or
seem.
something.
I think so. I wanted to say, yeah, I can't remember the exact name, but that character is so sympathetic, and I don't think that they have many depictions of people who are kind of in that state. And then, yeah, there's just so many memorable scenes in this.
Oh, yeah.
So we've kind of talked about it before, but I've gone through some like major depression before in my past. One of the recommendations for me was ECT, the electric shock therapy. I just could not go through with it, and the one thing that kept flashing through my head was kind of Jack Nicholson's depiction of it,
Yeah.
where they are
Like
shocking
that
him,
shit
and then
doesn't help.
no, it didn't, and that actually scared me away from getting like mental health
Yeah.
help for like a decade, just because I was so afraid of going through something like that. But there's so many positives in this film. I don't know, it's just so beautifully done for such a stark, depressing environment with so I don't know if I would call it depraved, but considering what Nurse Ratched went through, like her hardship, she was a nurse in the war, and then she kind of knows one way of ruling this facility. She's definitely not the person that I'd want in charge of my mental health, but you can see that like the way that she thinks that she has power is by controlling others. I don't know. It's interesting. I kind of get where her character is coming from and where she thinks she's doing good, but yeah, it is just I don't know. It's so bleak, and it's just such a cutting commentary on lobotomy. I don't know. It's just so impactful. To me, this film is like just a classic, and I don't really have anything negative to say about it. But yeah, I'm interested to hear Multi kind of tear it apart.
Well, I actually enjoyed that movie. It's not perfect by any means, but I enjoyed it. So, my first issue: plot convenience, the tree helping to escape. Issue number 2: plot convenience, leaving unattended the keys for the bus while it's full.
Well,
Uh,
well, hold on. The keys thing, I think they kind of explained why with that, but also the tree thing, I think he would have escaped without the tree. He just did that, to make sure he doesn't get injured on there, but he would have jumped over there no matter what.
I just think it's very convenient, that tree. Very, very
Uh,
convenient.
I mean, not really. There's many like trees around those areas outside of there, but I mean, he
In
would have
arm's
jumped over there
range.
anyway. Yeah, yes, actually, because they don't expect them to be able to crawl over the barbed wire thing in the first place. But also, again, he would have got over there no matter what. So,
Speaking of barbed wire, he didn't get cut at all.
well, because there's ways to maneuver around that. Basically, like that isn't the most difficult thing. The thing is the height of it. It makes it so you could easily get tangled in there. But if you maneuver around it properly, if you can get like a good height, which he did by climbing on that one dude, then you can.
Okay, I guess. Yeah. Okay. I thought the meeting with the doctor was entertaining. Uh, all of the group meetings were entertaining. I thought the characters were enjoyable. Um, the main character trying to make a prison break many times, that was enjoyable. The acting was great. Um, the girl desire to keep the guy was well explained. I can't remember what I refer to. Complete chaos was entertaining. That was by the end when they were doing the party and stuff. The ending was dark, but it was very fitting, and I thought the music was also very good. And this is all I gotta say. So, what did you think of the movie, Cole?
Oh yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. This is considered one of the greatest films to a lot of people. It's in like I know the top 50 on IMDb and other sites, and I can see why. Like again, the first thing is that like with the premise and everything it touches on, and like with this type of like film. There's many that came after it, but this was kind of the first, that it did with this type of thing. And I'm trying to think. Yeah, the director Milos Forman. I think that's how you pronounce it. But yeah, he's I would say great with like covering certain films in a sort of basic way on the surface, but under the surface, very intellectual. And yeah, my only critique with his films is I do think there were certain technical things he could have done more of, but that's about it with his films. But yeah, I loved just all the performances in this, and the characters are all so memorable. And this was basically the film that kind of got Jack Nicholson his fame, and also to be cast in a lot of roles like these, and like the Joker role and other things, and The Shining. From doing this, and Danny DeVito in this role was super good, well done as well. And I forgot the actor who played the I forgot the name.
Chief.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean the name of the actor. I think Will Sampson or whatnot. Yeah, he did a great job as well. But yeah, and then God, there's many actors that I forgot were even in this, like Christopher Lloyd, William Redfield. Yeah, quite a lot. But yeah, really enjoyed the writing of this and the dialogue with the characters and the storylines and their issues that each one, could tackle. I think that was really well done, and just the progression of it and everything, and just seeing. Like, you think the film will go like a certain way, and with like Jack Nicholson's character and with like his the conflict with certain characters, but then it ends up like turning the other way, and I think that they do it very well. And yeah, that also that fucking ending, Jesus Christ, that was very well done. But yeah, just so many things to like about this. And yeah, I think Gray, with his rant, he summed up a lot of it as well for me. So yeah, I kind of just have the same thoughts on it as well as him. But it really tackles all these like messages and things, and with mental illness so well, and with it, kind of like the equivalent of like insane asylums back then. So yeah, that's about all. I didn't write down notes for this one, but yeah, I did rewatch it though recently because it's been a while.
What would be your grade out of 10, Cole?
I think I'll give us a 9.5.
For me, this is 8 out of 10. And what about you, Gray?
Yeah, I think I'd either go 9 or 9.5. I think I'll agree with Cole. I'll go like 9.5.
Very interesting. So now, before we move on to the next movie, did you thought about anything you'd like to add to the schedule of December, Gray?
I haven't. Oh, sorry. I have not thought about it. I have thought about it. I have not come up with any series. Part of it is not knowing, like, if you guys went over some of the series. So I guess I'd like to ask you guys, I guess, behind the scenes, if you've gone over a couple of series. But
yeah.
I do have some ideas, but some of them are kind of expansive, so I'm not sure if it would be the best.
Okay.
Yeah, well, after March, we'll have loads of free time to do whatever with any like expansive stuff. But for the month of December, because of what's coming up from January to early March, basically it would probably be better like if you thought of like a film series or something that's like 4 films long or 3 films long, then that would work. But
or individual movies.
Yeah,
like
or individual movies. Like basically,
Okay.
it's going to be like the 4 weeks of December. We left you a spot open for the a movie spot. So if you can think of like 4 movies, just like anything, like like for example, we're doing The Godfather in the first week of December. 3 of those films. So like if there's anything like that you can think of, like there's still a lot of stuff like we haven't covered yet. So I mean, I'm sure you can think of something like, for example, we haven't covered Shawshank Redemption or Green Mile yet, so that could be something. Maybe even The Mist as well, to cover all of his films, sort of. Just for
That
example.
could be really fun, like interesting Stephen King one.
Gran Torino, Stephen King. Yeah, Stephen King has a very interesting library. Based on what I read.
He did. He's known for a lot of horrors, like The Shining, and with his books and stuff, which are adapted, and many other things. But his best made films outside of like The Shining are probably his non-horror films, which is The Green Mile, Shawshank Redemption. Misery is half horror, half like thriller, but that's another one. And then Stand By Me and other films that I'm just not thinking of. But yeah, he's written a lot of books that are then adapted to films.
There's a lot of option possible. Like, what are your
Okay, that
favorite
sounds awesome.
movies?
Yeah, like honestly, what you could do is just like go on the Letterbox or like IMDb top 250 movies and look, and you can ask if we have done any of them yet. Like Schindler's List we haven't done yet. That could be one.
Anyway, that was the tangent. I maybe it's wrong for me to assume, but you have seen Curse of Michael Myers, right? Gray?
Oh, I've seen both versions, sir. Have you seen the producer's cut, or do you just go theatrical on this masterpiece?
I've just clicked on the first one I found. I don't know which one.
Yeah, well, you know
that
what?
was
They're both shit, so it's okay.
Okay, but here's how we can tell. Did anyone's head explode in the one that you saw?
To be honest, I can't remember.
You would remember. In that case, you probably saw theatrical.
I've seen all 5 movies last Tuesday because we didn't stream. So that was like a day I really blacked out. I passed out. I was like,
yeah.
Well, that one was quite fitting for Halloween.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna go first and get this out of the way because I really don't have much to say at all about this film. It's just shit. And I don't know. Fuck. I don't know what I saw. It's just like this doesn't abide by reality at all. This is just like it's just a strain plot, garbage scares that don't work. The pacing shit. There's no chemistry between actors. The acting shit. The writing shit. Directing shit. Just everything. It doesn't work at all. It's like they just like the other one they tried making like a shitty slasher thing and it didn't work. I wouldn't say this was as bad as the last one though, surprisingly, but either way they're both terrible, so it's not really much of a difference. And that's really all I have to say. I don't have anything in depth to say about like what happens because I really didn't care and I blanked out. This is such a forgettable film.
that's a masterpiece. What guys are talking about?
I mean, it's definitely hilarious, just not in an intentional way.
I forced myself into finding stuff I liked. That was all bad this movie was.
Yeah, we told
like,
you
what
after the first 3, it's all downhill from here.
What can I defend about this movie? That was bad. Okay, first issue, pacing. Second issue, not funny. Third issue, bad acting. Fourth issue, pacing a second time. Next issue, too many characters I don't give a crap about. Pacing again. The father is one-dimensional. Here again, Michael Myers is just boring.
If you'd seen the producer's cut, you would have enjoyed what happened to the father. Okay.
Why his head exploded or some shit. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So when Michael stabs him through the electricity, like whatever, the power box, it somehow makes his head explode. It's the same death. They just added head explosion.
Damn, it's like fucking Scanners. Jesus Christ.
Okay, I guess. So here are the 3 things to defend this movie. And I tried really hard, right? Tried really hard.
You don't have to, like they're not paying you to do this.
There's so many more than 3 though.
The atmosphere was fine, I guess. Sound and rain. The doctor. Outside of the shitty father, the character are enjoyable at best. And that's it. That's me trying really hard to defend this movie.
Oh, you got to try harder. There's so much good here.
I will let you go on about that masterpiece.
Yeah. Also, this is the last film of Donald Pleasance, which who played Dr. Loomis, and God bless
That's
his soul. Because,
totally what I thought you were going to give as the positive was Loomis. I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that was the doctor. I can't even remember.
That is the doctor, Dr. Loomis, and bless his soul, because he was the only one making these garbage films later on watchable.
Well, I had a slightly different experience with this movie than you guys did. So there's so much horrible in here. Really, 5 and 6 should not exist. It is my least favorite version of this plot line, whatever. There's a reason why they cut this off in a lot of the sequels and the reboots and everything. Like, this timeline ends here. The Thorn thing is just so stupid.
Just wait until you get to 8.
Well, yeah, fair enough. I mean, Busta Rhymes though. But yeah, like it's yeah. So there's so much bad. From the start, like, okay, so what's the girl's name? Is it Jamie? I'm now blanking on it, but the character that we haven't seen since she was a little girl, like now all of a sudden she's grown up and having a baby, but there's no explanation for any of that. And then she's just being let out of this.
That's what happened?
Yeah, so they couldn't get
the movie.
So they tried to get the original actress, but they only wanted to pay her as much as they paid her in 4 when she was a child. So she said no. So instead they got a different girl to play her, who is the mother to the child in this film. And then she dies in 2 different ways, depending on which version of it you see. But yeah, it's very bad. So I thought one of your critiques was going to be like, okay, so this nurse like lets her escape with the baby, but then randomly stands in front of the one place in this entire giant hallway that there's one spike on the wall. And then that's where Michael decides to take her out. I don't know. Like, there's just so many bad things about this. Like, I don't know. They should not have brought up the whole runes thing at all. And then, okay, so they finally have like a decent mask on Michael Myers. They give him a reason why he has the same outfit again. But I don't know. It's just everything about this is like just horrible. They're shoehorned into paying off the weird things that they didn't have an answer for in 5. They never wrote in who the guy with the silver shoes is, just that he's pure evil. He's kicking a dog the second he gets off a bus. But I don't know. It's just, so they were stuck with this character that they had to explain. They're stuck with the stupid tattoo that they have to explain. I don't know, just so many bad choices. I don't know why they would have gone this route, but yeah, they instead make Jamie having a kid of her own, and then she has to suddenly like disappear with this baby, but Michael Myers has access to a car and everything and is trusted to drive and can just like catch up to her. I don't know. There's like so many horrible, horrible things in this, and Michael Myers just like teleports from place to place. Like, he's at the house and then he magically appears in this other van that looks much like the DJ's van, but the DJ's dumb enough and is just by chance getting into the wrong van, which is Michael Myers' van. I don't know. There's just so much bad in this thing that's just so poorly done. But there's some like real highlights of it. Like Multi mentioned, the atmosphere. Like, they finally got that right. In a lot of the previous ones, it didn't feel right. Like, they made the house like definitely wrong. They used the wrong time of year.
Well, that's why I do think this is better than the 5th one. They did at least get some things like that right, even though this has a lower thing online. But and also the atmosphere of it kind of, even though those films definitely were kind of bad too, the atmosphere in a lot of moments of like the 2 newest ones, I do think it kind of reminds me of the atmosphere in this in a mostly positive way.
Yeah, and then they finally got the mask right again. Like it looks decent, and they got a decent sized guy to play Michael Myers in this, where it's not just some dude in like pads. Um, I,
So
I
this
don't
is
know. Like there are some positives to this, but yeah, there is a lot of bad. Like they again go with the tropes of like, okay, well, this is a different generation of Strodes, and for some reason, they all, even if you can't sell this house, somehow they all decide to move into Michael Myers' house. Like, I don't know, it's really bad. And then like the whole thing with the DJ is bad. Everything with the runes is
I mean, it
bad.
was hilarious. So
Yeah, there are like parts of it that you know I do enjoy. Again, like I like seeing like a full stature Michael Myers. I like some of the kills that he does, but some of it is just so horrible. Like the mother, somehow she forgets that there's like a fence in the corner of her yard, so she goes to run towards it, and it's like, oh, there's a fence. Well, let me just die by Michael Myers. I don't know. Like parts of it are horrible, but there's some fun parts to it. I have not seen anything campier than like the actual robes they choose for the cult at the end. I'm not sure which version you guys saw. One of it has a lot more cult than other, but these robes are like B movie, like C movie level. They're just over the top with these giant collars, and then yeah, every part of it is paid off
yeah,
poorly.
I swear to God, I thought I was watching like a rough copy of Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah, like it really looks like a poor execution, or like the porn version of that. Like it's not done well. But that being said, like the overall aesthetic, like the actual like crispness of the film, like the color, everything feels like it is a Halloween movie where like 4, it really felt like a TV movie to me. This is, I think, the biggest budget one that they've had for a long time, but yeah, I don't think they spent any money on the script is the problem. Um, so yeah, overall, like it's not good. Like I love Paul Rudd. Like he's awesome in a bunch of other things. He is kind of classic in how weird his performance is here, but it's not good acting. Like it's way over the top. And yeah, it's kind of interesting that they let this guy be so creepy. I don't know. It's just interesting. But I do like the fact that it's Tommy. It's, the kid that Jamie Lee Curtis was babysitting in the first one. That's kind of cool. But then when they get into like the whole cult thing and it's like, I was actually Michael Myers' babysitter. I don't know. It gets too much. I don't think they need to try to bring every character back in, make everyone a Strode or a Meyer or whatever.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
the
know.
Myers multiverse of let's bring them all and then fight the Avengers. And
Mhm. Yeah, so I don't know. It's classic in a way, and then the ending of it is just so. What did you guys see as the ending? Was it just Oh, I guess I would like to mention one other thing before we get to the ending. Donald Pleasance. So he does a great performance here, and I feel like they got the Dr. Loomis character again. Like he's not that guy just yelling at some mute child. Finally, like they give him some heart, and it's like, okay, I understand. Like he's saying that he's long past retired. I don't know. That part is believable. But yeah, making like the big enemy not Michael Myers, but instead just some guy that was in the first one that is just some doctor guy. I don't know. And then to make him the guy in the black trench coat who apparently also wears a black mask at some point and possibly is telepathically talking to the kid. Like, I don't know. It's like they're trying to rehash the whole like Jamie plot line from like 2 movies ago that they didn't want to pay off in 5. So instead, they're now putting that on this kid. But I don't know. Somehow the Man in Black can like sort of telepathically talk to this kid and call to him. And I don't know. There's just so much wrong with this. But I love Donald Pleasance's Dr. Loomis performance up until he magically gets the tattoo. I'm not sure which version of it you guys saw. There is one where essentially Donald Pleasance is supposed to go back in, and instead of seeing anything, like you kind of hear him scream off screen, and you see like the mask and a syringe. And then there's the other ending where now I'm trying to remember what the other ending was. Do you guys remember, how did the one that you saw?
I can't
And-
remember. I will be honest. After like 20 minutes of the movie, I was watching it, but I was watching it on the side of my corner, on the side of my. I was doing Sudoku, and I was like playing, Sudoku, like the game with numbers.
Yeah.
I was doing numbers while I was watching the movie.
That's
So I
the
can't
that's the
remember
best
the
way to
ending.
watch this.
So I think the other ending is they're trying to sacrifice I can't remember her
This
name,
sounds
Strode,
familiar. I think I've seen
she
that version.
convinces Michael that is actually his child, and Michael becomes somewhat of a good guy.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
Paul Rudd somehow stops him with runes, and then they run out of the place, and then Donald Pleasance says, "I've got something to take care of," and he goes back in and pulls the mask off, and it's the old guy who was running the hospital, and instead Michael Myers is just gone in a trench coat.
Yeah,
running
so
away.
that's the one you saw, Multi.
Yeah.
Okay. Both are bad endings, but I don't know.
Which one was
one
that?
of
The
them,
theatrical or producers?
I think that was the producer one. I think the theatrical one, it just shows the mask and the syringe, and Donald Pleasance screams.
Oh, nice.
But I think in the other one, when Donald Pleasant finds the dude on the ground, he thinks it's Michael Myers, so he pulls off the mask, and it's not. It's the guy in the black trench coat. Instead, then Donald Pleasance just starts screaming, and that mark of thorn gets put on his wrist, like he is the next chosen one. It's very strange. None of this is done well. There's a reason why they didn't ever continue this timeline. It's not a good movie. They did not know where they were going, and it really shows in the writing. They were shoehorned into like having to tie up some loose ends that made no sense from 5. But yeah, they really did a poor job of trying to make any of that make sense. That being said, I definitely enjoyed my watch of this, but not because it's a good movie. I guess I just enjoy watching some bad horror flicks sometimes.
We just got that discussion. The movie got worse. It was already bad, but it got worse. Grade time. For me, this is a 3 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
You gave it a 3. That's okay. That's
Wow.
generous. That's very generous. Anyway, I'll give us a 2.
And what about you, Gray?
Yeah, I'll split the difference. I think I'll go 2.5. It introduced us to Paul Rudd, and we are better for that. But yeah, it's not just like
yeah, Paul Rudd. That's a positive that they
the
did
next
that.
year we got Clueless.
Yeah, it's just anytime I think of Paul Rudd now, I think of those those films that would have been something very special, but then Kevin Feige didn't want good films, so then he changed Edgar Wright's script and made him leave. Thank you, Kevin Feige.
That would have been so interesting to see. I would have loved to see.
Yeah,
his version
and
of
there
it.
were so many idiots who think that some of the stuff in that film was Peyton Reed, or whatever the fucking director's name is, vision. It's like that scene of fucking Michael Pena explaining some like stuff and some heist stuff like in flashbacks. It's like, okay, this is how I know you idiots never seen an Edgar Wright film before, because that's literally what he does in every film. If you think that was fucking that hack Peyton Reed's idea, you're fucking high.
I would have loved to see like his complete vision on it, just like I would have loved to see like Raimi's complete vision on it. I just wonder if the studio would have
fantastic.
interfered.
Oh well, whatever. They don't want good films, yeah, but they're gonna now cope and say that shit like Spider-Man 2 and Logan are part of the MCU just because of the films they're making now or made. It's like, no, fuck off.
I guess coming next, the masterpiece that's Scream 5.
5 Cream?
2022, the one
okay.
last year, not this year, last year.
Yeah, well, it's the sequel to Scriff Form. It's great. It's 5 cream.
Jesus fuck. Okay, I didn't write down any notes for this, but I'm gonna try to remember everything I fucking hated about this film. I didn't think the film. No, I didn't think it's terrible. I think it's mediocre. But personally, I fucking can't stand it, and I cringed watching this in theaters because. Okay, the intro was kind of hilarious just because just because of all the fucking memes with that came out after with my friends, so that was funny. Because those are all the fucking films they memed me about. Like, no, give me something like The Witch and or Hereditary. But anyway, yeah, I kind of liked how they swerved us and the one character didn't die at the beginning. But yeah, let's see. The acting from the whole cast, I was 50-50 on. I think half of them did a good job and the other half were kind of phoning it in. But for the most part, I don't think the actors did a bad job or were to blame for any of this. The writing and the story, on the other hand, I did not like in this. So, okay, first and foremost, I'm just going to say this was predictable as fuck who the killers were going to be from the start. It was so goddamn predictable. They did not even try. All right, but secondly, now there were some moments where it's like they kind of like swerved you with jump scares that you thought were going to happen, and I kind of like that, but outside of that, a lot of the scenes weren't effective for me. I didn't find it like thrown or like well done or even comedic, and like if in compared to the other Scream films and such. I thought just the mainly the only scene I liked was like the one scene with the character outside, and then he like opens the garage door. I thought that was kind of well done, but outside of that, I didn't like the rest of it. I thought it was just really poorly done, and at points just really stupid, and not in a comedic way. This film took itself too seriously and also too meta at certain points, even for a Scream film standards. It was way too meta at points. Like Scream 4 did it properly, where you go over meta, but this didn't. Now, the one thing I also didn't like. Okay, so I appreciate that they brought some character. I forgot what they said. Didn't they say they were like fucking related to Randy or something? Gray, right?
Yeah, they are niece and nephew of Randy.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Okay, thank you, Motorcycle. Anyway, I listen. I appreciate that because I liked Randy from Scream 1 and Scream 2. How they kind of bring back characters that are sort of like him. Here's my issue with it though, is that they served at least the one character didn't serve an actual purpose, and to have one like that, because almost the entire cast did the same exact things as her, so there was no purpose to have a character like that in the film. It served no purpose because all of them were basically like that and interacting with each other like that. They were all the same, kind of, besides a few of them. All right, and yeah, I didn't like the characters in this really. I liked, again, the actors did their job, but the characters themselves I didn't like. Now here's the other thing: the visual style of this and the filmmaking. Yeah, it did not feel like Woodsboro at all. All the other screens before this, it felt like Woodsboro, besides maybe the third, obviously, because of what they had to do at the time. And it had that visual tone and feel to it that I liked because of it. In this, it just felt generic, and it didn't feel like Woodsboro. It just felt some random town, especially in the end when they tried redoing that fucking shot from the first, and you can just tell how soulless it is in comparison to the first. And yeah, this is what happens, I guess, when you get the fucking directors of Ready or Not to do this instead of having Wes Craven. So, yeah, go figure.
It's the team that brought you Ready or Not.
But why are people still supporting this stupid IP? Scream movies are bad since the second or third one. I can't remember which one was my favorite.
The first and second were good. The third was bad. The fourth was all right.
Fourth was decent. I enjoyed it when we did our rewatch
Yeah,
of it.
yeah, and so only really one of them were bad, and it's been a while since, so they tried redoing it and bringing back old characters and stuff. Now, as I was saying, but yeah, Wes Craven was originally supposed to do this, though, but it got delayed, and then he passed away, and they were thinking of not even doing this because without him, but they decided to go through it with it anyway because money, I guess.
Money.
Yep, money. Fucking hell.
It's like making the sixth one without Sydney.
Yeah, this is fucking hell. Yeah. So the other thing I really they really fucked up some of the original characters from this, did they? Especially the one character. You're telling me after all of that. Now listen, I know he isn't the smartest character in the world in this universe, but you're telling me after all of that, you're telling me just after everything he went through in that, and all the injuries and all of his experience,
He's been stabbed 17 times.
and all of his experience with the killers and their tricks by now, that he would die like that, and you would kill him off like that, and he would.
Well, he got a phone call, so he was distracted.
That's the dumbest shit ever. And also, you would tell me that he would do that alone. You would tell them to go. I am so fucking. And again, all the characters they tried bringing back from there, it was it failed nostalgia. It was like as bad as Jurassic World, but I mean, fucking hell. I mean, like the actors, again, they did their job, but there's the characters and the story and everything were just shit. And they dragged scenes out for too long. Again, the killers were so predictable. The editing and everything, it was just eh. And again, there was just so many stupid scenes. I just hate it. Oh my god, it was just. And the music was okay, I guess. Just the sound design was okay. There were some moments. No, it wasn't a terrible film, but I would say objectively, it's like mediocre, maybe below average. It's worse than the fourth, not as bad as like the third, maybe. But personally, I get so angry by this film, and also how this film has fans, and also the six. And I genuinely just think it's like a bunch of Zoomers who just like didn't grow up with the original Scream films or watched them before this. So
that's exactly what it is.
Yes, and so they don't care much about that. So they're just like, yay, new thing, and also yay, a bunch of kills, yay, slasher. Not understanding that's not really the point of Scream and everything. And yeah, it shouldn't surprise me because that's also why there's fans of the sequels, because it's literally always people who either didn't like the originals in the first place, thinking they had no story and stuff, or Zoomer film students who didn't grow up with them. It's never in between. It's never the people who loved the original Star Wars films who also like the sequels. Like fucking hell. Just.
But they reference those because supposedly one of the stab ones was directed by Rian Johnson, so they directly addressed that. So it all makes sense.
Those films were like the equivalent of like a stage play where they used the original films and characters as like set as background pieces, like dead bodies. Anyway, and yeah, now there was also one thing I wanted to say to Multi now that he saw this. So I mentioned it the other week, and now I can officially say it now. So I mentioned that there would be one character who surprisingly won't return for the future Scream films because it's literally the main character of all the other films and who was brought back for this. Yes, Nev Campbell won't be in Scream 6 or any future ones, possibly, unless they renegotiate like the one guy from Saw who then finally came back in like the 7th.
Oh man, spoiler. I haven't seen Scream 6, so I thought for sure it was a Nev Campbell film, but
oh shit. Yeah, no, she isn't in this. She isn't in Scream 6. Yeah. She wanted proper money after, being in this franchise and carrying it for a while, overdo it, and as a veteran. They didn't get the amount of money they offered her was a joke, so she said no. I'm out for Scream 6 and any future ones. Just like Sylvester Stallone with the Creed films and
It makes sense.
yeah. So yeah, you won't be seeing her. You won't be seeing Sidney Prescott in any other Scream films, unless in any future ones we watch that come out, like Scream 7 or something, they renegotiate and make amends by then, like the one guy from Saw. So yeah. So enjoy that. It's just going to make this even more soulless and have less of a point, which it does. It's just turned into a we have nothing, no ideas left, or don't know what to do. Just add a bunch of kills. People fucking eat it up, and sadly, the younger people did. But like when this and the fucking 6-1 both came out, it had pretty positive reviews and ratings, especially the 6-1. It was overly positive. Like it had
I can't believe this shit, bro. I've just seen it.
It had like a 3.9 out of 5 on Letterboxd, had like a 7.6 on IMDb. It has luckily dropped then to like the 6.8 or something and everything. But yeah,
I wanted to eat the bullet, bro. That was freaking awful, man. That was one of the worst movie we covered.
Yeah, but so what did you think of this 5th one though?
Roasting time, because that one was also really bad.
Yeah, I mean, would you say it's worse than any of the other Scream films? So
I can't remember, but I'd say 5 is really low.
Okay, because I know you gave one like a 5 or a 6.
Yeah, it's worse than that, much worse.
Okay.
But first issue, the humor was bad. Telling instead of showing. Too many characters I don't care about. The humor was really bad again. Cannot aim. Going back to get deleted felt really stupid. Not funny. Can't aim. She knows the enemy has a gun, but hey, entering by the main entrance is genius. The humor was pathetic. And here again, just like Michael Meyer, I force myself into finding stuff to defend and to stand by. Entertaining start. The hospital sequence in the break room was entertaining. I admit some of the humor was funny, but
Was it though? Like, why did that scene happen if they need to get her into the house?
I didn't say it was great. I just say this was entertaining. I try to defend a movie, okay? I try my best. The big action sequence was entertaining in the house by the end. And that's it. I'd like to forget this movie existed, and the same goes for the 6th one. Yeah, that's my thought. So,
Wow. Well, kind of playing off what you just said there, I actually completely forgot that I had seen this movie. So I watched about half of it, and then when it gets to Dewey's unfortunate demise, I was like, wait a minute, I've seen this. Somehow it just completely like wiped out of my memory. That could have been my doing. But yeah, I completely forgot that I saw this until I got to that point, and I was like, oh yeah, this isn't just like retreading old ground. Like, I did actually watch this last year, which is sad because it was just 2022. Like, how did I?
Yeah, like
only saw
I know
it's only new movies
it's
last
2022, year. But it feels like it came out like 6 years ago because it's that bad. Like
it does.
God damn, and like this is when being too meta. It's where it just, but like Scream 4 did it overly, but it did it in a nice satirical way. But in this, it just comes off as it does it in a way where it does so overly and makes fun of its own franchise, where it now just starts to come off as self-parody in a bad way and just pathetic.
Well, it doesn't have that same. You mentioned like the soul to it. You're right. To me, it does come off more of like a parody, more like a scary movie than it does actual part of the Scream franchise. And part of that's Kevin Williamson didn't write this, even though Wes Craven brought him back for 4. So he's the guy who wrote 1, 2.
And I can
he
tell.
did a draft of 3 and then got taken out, and then he rewrote 4, and they were going to do another trilogy. But unfortunately, Wes Craven passed away.
Yeah, like this is like the movie equivalent of that like game you play where in class where it's like there'll be like a circle of like 50 kids in a class, and the teacher will tell the first kid, like, whisper him something, and then they'll say to pass it. Yeah, they'll say to pass it along, and by the end of it, what the first kid heard is completely different from what the last kid says. That's the movie equivalent of this, with like Scream 1 to 4 to them, whatever these new people made here.
I think so. So visually, I like what they're doing more than what Wes Craven did with 4, but that was like when HD kind of first came out, and everyone was using those weird filters that just make it, everything's kind of blown out and everything. He wanted to make this trilogy specifically look different than the first trilogy. I don't know that it looked different. I don't know that it looked good to me.
Yeah, it didn't.
So I kind of liked the look of this more. But you're right; it doesn't look like Woodsboro to me. Like,
yes, it doesn't have that feel, like with Woodsboro. That's what.
And they completely reinvented the town for this, and where apparently the no, I can't remember whose house it ends up being at the end. But yeah, and like some of the kills in this are just horrible. Like for no reason, the creepy guy with a car that. Ghostface again just like transports out of nowhere.
Oh god, that fucking kill with like the mother on the phone was the funniest shit ever, and it was not intentionally funny, unlike the other Scream films. They tried.
No. But I get what they were trying to do, like with the meta thing. I don't dislike it as much as you guys did. So you have to think like. The original Scream is like 25 years ago or something like that. So like this new generation, I don't know. They're trying to hook them. So I guess I can see why you'd bring in like the Ready or Not directors to do this. Again, it does seem like a cash grab.
Yeah, because Ready or Not is it's basically a like one of those.
Some of the deaths in that were kind of cool. I think that's what they were going for, is like the visual appeal of some of that.
What they tried to do with Ready or Not is like. It's not as bad of a job, but it kind of reminds me of like one of those films where it's like they try to redo something like what other films before did that, and like with a similar premise and like horror comedy and like with gruesome kills and stuff. And they try they try to mimic it and in a modern day theme, but it just comes off as like very very safe and stuff, and like very just uninspired at points, and with like the comedy being too like not as much as they could hard as they could go on, with it. Sort of like the Krampus film as well as another example, and also the Happy Death Day and Freaky films by that one director, which is literally like
I kind of liked that one, but that one's a little different to me.
I hated those ones. I hated the most. They're like to me, God,
fair enough.
It's like
I could definitely see why people.
It's like
them.
I love what they were trying to do with like Happy Death Day and Freaky, but it's like it's just completely wrong. It's like horror comedy done by somebody who doesn't know how to do horror comedy right. It's like there are so many better ones from before done right with those premises, and Scream's one of them. So fuck.
And that's the thing. Like, I think the humor that's usually there is better. I think the only one who felt like they were really trying in this was David Arquette. But like you mentioned, like
and they fucked up his character sadly, and then killed him.
When you realize like who it was that he was fighting, who got the better of him, it's like really, like you really think that person could overpower him, like even if they got the I don't know.
Yeah, but you want to know why I think like they're like this now. These Scream films they're making, because I feel like the films like the original Scream and films like Paul what's his name again, the director Paul what's his name, the guy who did RoboCop.
Now I'm
but you know who I mean.
Verhoeven. Paul Verhoeven.
Yes, I feel like Paul Verhoeven and some Wes Craven films like Scream, like those type of films like that are like satirical.
They got what the parody satire is, where I don't feel like these guys quite got it.
Yes, like here's the thing. I feel like nowadays with younger audiences, when a lot of them who try like watching it for the first time now, especially Starship Trooper, a lot of the parody and satireness and comedy goes straight over their head with the subtleness of how it was done back then, where a lot of young audiences today, with it being subtle satire humor where you have to, actually pay attention, it might go over their heads.
Yeah.
And I feel like
it does kind of feel like it's more the
they try to be more out
now
there
I
with it
forget.
now to make sure that they understand it's a parody with these new Scream films, and it's shit.
I was thinking even more like Family Guy, where it's like you just reference the time that whatever, instead of actually like doing a satire of it. It's like, okay, well, yeah, you've referenced that. Okay, Ryan Johnson is so cool. Now it's in that same. I don't know. It's just I don't feel like they got it quite correct. And then I don't know. Some things were kind of interesting, like how ruthless Ghostface was. I think it was a pretty good Ghostface, but again, I think like the reveal of the killers is just horrible. I don't know. I guess I view the Scream movies as kind of two different things. Like the Ghostface from it, like is it pretty good or whatever. Like I hate the Roman reveal in what is it, 3, and then I hate the last one in 4. But the Ghostface was pretty decent in 4. I don't know. This is just. It's different, but I think they were going for that younger generation. I think they already had the MTV show at this time, so they kind of rebooted it, even though none of that counts as this world. I don't know. I get what they're doing, but 4 was kind of cool in that they introduced all these new characters. It's kind of like a reboot, but you're bringing back the old characters, except for all the new characters die. There's nothing that you need to remember about any of these things. This one's kind of doing the opposite, where they are bringing back some of the legacy characters, but they're passing on the torch. Like you can tell they're not going to be around. So I don't know, but just the fact that, you've seen these characters, like I think they mention it as a joke, but I think Dewey says that he's been stabbed like 17 times or something like that. Gail's been shot a couple of times, stabbed, like whatever. I don't know. It just feels like they could have done more. Like the stakes weren't that great in this one. And then even the kids, like the newer ones, Randy's niece and nephew, I guess they both survive like magically. Like the one dude who just got stabbed in the back like a whole bunch of times is just like laying on his back, giving a thumbs up at the end. I don't know. It's not done well. I think there were elements that they could have done to pass the torch that are done okay, but I think they missed the whole point in this. So to me, it's a pretty big miss. Still better than 3 though.
I see where you are coming from. I'd say 2 and 3 are better, only based on what I remember enjoying. I don't remember the exact grade, but I remember enjoying like the same 3 and 1. 2 is really hands down my favorite. It's the best in the franchise for me. 6 would be the worst. But 5 is not that far behind 6. I think it's the right time to give the grade out of 10 for this masterpiece. Cole, what would be your grade out of 10?
Sorry, can you hear me? Okay, yeah, my mic was off for a second. 3.5.
Ooh, that seems a bit low. I think I'd go a little bit higher than that. I think I'd go
I was thinking of
5.5.
I thought that was higher than it should have been, so I dropped it a bit.
5.5 for Gray.
I think I'd go with that. Yeah, it's not good, but it almost passing.
I'm torn apart. I feel like a 4 or a 4.5 is right. So just because of that, I will give it a 4. F it. 4.
Yeah, that's about right. It's a 4, but I just hate it so much I had to lower it more. I'm sorry. That is one of the worst character assassination deaths I've ever seen. Like that is. I literally wanted to walk out when that scene happened.
Yet he was kind of cool up until then. Like I kind of hated Dewey and a lot of the other ones. This one I was like, oh, okay. I don't know. I kind of understood his character, but I don't know. I think he did a hell of a performance for a really shitty end.
Yeah, and props to him for reviving his wrestling career. That was great.
That was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you have seen anything else.
That's the last one on the list that I've actually seen, unfortunately.
Well,
I
that's
thought
fine.
I'd seen Gran Torino, but I read that as yeah, sorry, I read that as the Clint Eastwood movie, Gran Turismo, and I didn't bother watching it because I was like, I've seen that a couple times. Yeah, I totally need to learn to read better.
Look at the dates
Uh,
always. The dates is
yeah.
telling.
Yeah, that would have helped. I just glanced over it.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm sorry, guys. That's the last one that I
Wow,
saw this
but
week.
you didn't see the masterpiece Runaways. Come on now,
Runaways is the best show
I
ever
haven't
made.
yet.
that is an absolute masterpiece of a show. You need to watch it right away. It's up there with Gotham Knights and She-Hulk.
Hell yeah, bro. Well, you actually insult them by saying that. Runaway is actually worse than
Yeah,
Gotham
it's
Knights.
somehow worse than She-Hulk and Gotham Knights.
Well,
me, yeah.
She-Hulk is on. I'd say She-Hulk and Runaways are like on par. They are like
Uh,
quote rock bottom entertainment.
Well, we'll get to it, but I'll say why for me. But anyway, yeah. Great.
Great.
What do you got going on?
Yeah. What do you have going on your channel?
Not much. It's kind of a light week. So yeah, I guess Window to Our Minds tomorrow. I'm on That Darn Kid is on Thursday on her channel, and then I'm doing a news thing on Friday. But that's about all I got going on.
Yeah, I'm excited for that AI thing because I do have a lot to say about that.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. I'm wondering if we'll all have different points of view, but that sounds really fun to me.
And we also have a guest, one of my co-worker that was supposed to come for the Burnout one. He forgot when we did the Burnout, and this time around he should come if he doesn't forget about it. So that will be exciting. And for once, I actually picked a video about artificial intelligence because I found one interesting. Anyway, I will never be thankful enough. Gray, you're a great addition to the team. I'm glad to have you on 2 of my shows. You're very interesting. Thank you very much for spending so much time with us. Have a great one. Take care, and we will talk later.
All right, see you guys. Thanks for having me. It's always a blast. See ya.
Yeah.
Yep, see ya.
It's just you and I.
Yeah, so you know what? Which show? I guess Runaways first. if you wanna-
Well, I suggest we speak
Save
about
it.
Gran Turismo because
Okay.
that's the last movie.
You know what? Let's save Runaways for last. Just the cherry on top.
Hell
Anyway.
yeah, the cherry on top.
Yeah, so Gran Turismo, now I don't think it's like a great film or anything personally, but it did surprise me that was even like solid because well, number one, it's like not just because it's a video game adaptation, but it's a video game adaptation thing of like a drive-in series, unlike Forza Horizon and stuff like that. That is fire, one that's like been in the shitter for years and it's just a disaster now. But I believe it's like kind of based on a true story, though. I believe this kind of happened. I don't know 100%.
They
though.
like most movies, they ends the things.
Yeah, but I think this was true story. I believe, but yeah.
Well, I had a talk with the coworker that has artificial intelligence knowledge on, and he is someone very smart into a lot of documentaries and a lot of stuff, and he hasn't seen the movie because that didn't interest him. But I will say, based on my discussion with him, I think they did end a lot of the things that happened. I do believe most of it is real. Like maybe the character arc of the main character is maybe real.
like I think that stuff's real. Like obviously not all of it is. They do change some things. Like I know they did with like the Social Network and other things. Like they usually do that. But yeah.
So it's more like he is a GT player or racer, and GT is like the amateur. It's like the non-professional racing court. It's like they do competition, but it's like it's not like Formula One. Like Formula One, there's more money into it, and it's bigger, and it's harder to get there.
Yeah, like yeah, with that, yeah, but I know it was in something else, but yeah, with this, so because of that, I realized, okay, that's why, because yeah, but now, I mean, the other reason why was because I thought going into it that it would just be like it would be a pretty predictable story from start to finish, and with like the character arc, and and with like character conversations that would be like super cheesy and kind of like yo, you can't hit reset, this isn't game, boy, game over. It's like it just shut like that. And but also because this was directed by Neil Blomkamp, and I don't know if you know who he is. Maybe you're familiar with his work, but
Nope.
he started out. He had okay. I'll tell you like the origin first. All right, he was originally going to make a Halo movie or a Halo TV series,
Oh my.
and no, but it actually no. They had an amazing plan for it, and amazing special effects and everything. It would have been great, but they canceled it, sadly. And sadly, then years later, like 12 years later, we get, or 15 years later, we get that garbage Halo TV show that we do. All right, but that one
When
back
season
then,
2 comes around, we watch season 1 prior, and
fuck
then
me.
we tackle it, bro.
Okay, fine, but the one back then that he had planned and they had planned would have been great, but they didn't do it. However, they used the practical effects and everything with it, and with like the alien things, like the I forgot, like the elites or whatever. For then the film he decided to make, which was different, and you might have heard of the film even if you didn't watch it, but it was District 9, and that film,
This one, I think I've seen it many
yes,
years
and
ago.
I thought this film, we'll rewatch it eventually, but I thought that film was absolutely amazing. I watched it a couple times when I was younger, and I didn't fully understand it and was kind of bored by it, but I rewatched it as an adult years later, and holy fuck, it was incredible and so ahead of its time with a lot of things. And for that to do that in a director's debut and also an actor's debut, it was Sharto Copley as the lead, and his first performance like ever in Hollywood, and he did that out of nowhere, and he hasn't relived it ever since, and he's just been doing a lot of lesser roles now and just whatever, surviving, but still just out of nowhere like that was incredible, and we'll watch it eventually again. But yeah, um, just incredible, and that got a Best Picture nominee. I also believe like Peter Jackson, who did the Lord of the Rings films, produced it. But yeah, he got a Best Picture nominee and a screenplay nominee and other things. So yeah, that was his debut. And then after that, so yeah, he got a lot of film opportunities and resources for his next films. He was originally supposed to do an Alien film. He was originally supposed to do a Star Wars film, and he was originally supposed to do many other things that I can't even think of. He was supposed to do many different films, many of like big franchises, but that never happened. Half because he decided to back out to do other things, other half because they just canceled them on him. And but the ones that he did himself with the resources he was given afterwards because of the success of District 9 were Elysium and Chappie. I don't know if you ever heard of those two films, but
I've seen both.
Yes,
but
and
a long time ago.
There were a lot to like about it, with like the world building, and the robots looked sick as hell. He always knew how to do that right. And there was a lot of great things with them, and also the actors were obviously good, because the actors, he got people like Matt Damon, Sharkto Copley, Jodie Foster, Dev Patel, Hugh Jackman, those type of actors in his films. But they left a lot to be desired still. I thought they were overall both solid, but I can't say they were great, and there was a lot of people who thought they were bad and it's because the write-in left a lot to be desired, especially the character write-in and everything in the stories and stuff, and some things like that. As cool as they were visually and everything, and then ever since then, his career took a hit, and some of it his own doing because of his attitude sometimes. And so then he kind of like went on a long hiatus ever since Chappie came out in like 2014 or 2015 or something like that, and just did a lot of short films like and a lot of them, short films for like video games like Halo or Destiny or Anthem and stuff like that, which were good. And then he decided to come back and try to direct some more films again, and he directed this one film that was low budget and stuff, but it was like some horror sci-fi thing. I don't know. It was called Demonic, I believe. It came out in 2021, and it was absolute garbage, and it got trashed on by everybody. On IMDb, it has a 4.3. So now this comes out 2 years later, and I don't know what. But yeah, what else he has in production? But, well, besides one thing, he's working on District 10 in production, a sequel to it. And I don't know how that will work, but we'll see. I don't know if it's just his attempt to try to revive his career. Like, all this stuff isn't working, so might as well go back to the OG. I don't know. But anyway, he made this. And because of all that, I was obviously skeptical of that and being a video game movie, especially of Gran Turismo. But this ended up being surprisingly solid. I don't think it was a great film. I don't think it's anything special, but it at least did its job enough. And with the characters and everything, I thought were intriguing. The races and stuff were well done. The visuals were well done for the most part, and the filmmaking and such. And the music and everything. I thought, and the technical aspects I thought were well done enough. I thought it did its job, and also the acting surprised me as well. David Harbour isn't the biggest name. He's obviously been in, all that stuff recently, like he, with Stranger Things, giving him his fame and all these roles. But I don't know if you ever saw any seasons of Stranger Things yet. If not, maybe you could watch it in the future.
I've seen the first 2 seasons. I do think I've seen the 3rd season, but
yeah, I will say
what's the 3rd season in the mail? What's in the mail? That's the last season I've seen.
The 3rd season is in the mall, the shopping center. Yes, yeah. I started on season 4, but I didn't finish it yet. But yeah, they're doing season 5 now. But yeah, I will say the show overall is good, and all the seasons are good, but I will say they should have maybe stopped after season 1. Season 2 and season 3 don't hold a candle to season 1. They really maybe would have been better to just end it there. Season 4 was an improvement over season 2 and season 3, though, if that gains any interest.
Based on what I remember, I actually liked season 2 more than 1. But yeah, season 3 made me tap out of it. I'm like, no, I'm not interested.
That was the weakest season yet. But yeah, the season 2 had some weaknesses as well, and I still hate how they killed off that one character at the end that stupidly. Especially it was a fan favorite, but yeah, whatever. But yeah, but he isn't the outside of Stranger Things, so he isn't the greatest actor in other things, and he mainly just takes like. Sort of like the actor who played Negan, and they both sort of just like take support in minor roles and things. But he was surprisingly pretty good in this, and also Orlando Bloom was in this as well. And I don't know if you remember him. He was a big name. You probably recognize his name, obviously.
Pirates of the Caribbean? Was that?
Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean, yeah. Lord of the Rings. All in like 1 year he did that in, so he was a huge name, a huge figure, and also as like like a model, I guess, and stuff. But all that took a toll on him mentally and everything, and also with him expected to just be in a bunch of like popular things instead of being a real actor. So because of that, he took a long hiatus as well from acting to get out of the spotlight afterwards, like around some time, like like after Pirates of Caribbean 3, sometime around after that, which is why he went AFK for a while afterwards. So just like the one director who did this. So I was also surprised that, to see him in this, and also surprised that he did a solid job overall. So yeah. And also, with the cast, the rest of the cast being newer as well. But anyway, I don't have much to say like in depth, but yeah, that's just like the whole like background, so you know of everything and my overall thoughts. So yeah, not the greatest thing, but I did enjoy it. What about you?
I gotta say, that was a masterpiece for me. I liked it so much. And I do have a side note, but no issues whatsoever. So my side note is I did consider twice telling instead of showing being an issue, but I was invested enough by the acting to let it slide. On top of that, a lot of things were shown. So I gave them a pass this time around. As I said, I did consider it. I was like, but no, the acting, the story itself was appealing enough for me to say, oh, you know what, I will brush it off and say I have no issue whatsoever with the movie. What I really liked is how they depicted character growth, and it really felt like there was a lot of characters, but the focus was really like on the main character and the father, which is a supporting character. And even like the coach, the teacher, he is another really important character. So even if the movie felt crowded, the focus was at the right place. They didn't want you to get invested in the other character, and I'm fine with that because the main character is the main character, and he got growth throughout that movie. He got PTSD. I thought they solved that maybe a bit too fast, but even there, they needed to solve that for him to win in the end. And some people do solve that kind of issue fast. Um, I thought that was a really well written movie. You get to see him losing a lot. He's not always winning, so he's not a Marisu. And another character flaw the main character has is the fact that he is bad before the media, and just because of that, someone else almost got his spot, almost got his place. And it wasn't glorifying like racing and that kind of stuff. They told you it's dangerous to go on races like that, and they told you that you need luck to make something you like into a job and a work and that kind of stuff. That's amazing. I was invested. I liked the music and the character, like the father being reluctant, in the end being like, you know what, I should have believed in you. And this is true in a lot of cases where fathers they want the best for the kids, right? But you only realize maybe too late. And even as a father, maybe you're like, maybe if I supported the kid better, it would have gotten more success. That's just very fun and interesting. And the fact that the main character bond a lot with his teacher was endearing. The teacher I thought was carrying the movie on his shoulders. I really like that. And I don't give a crap about car racing. I actually hate cars, and I still fell in love with that movie. I think this is one of my favorite movie we covered on that podcast. It's probably my favorite movie this year. Um,
Damn, so. Compared to this and Missing, this is your favorite.
yeah, I think I'd rather rewatch this over Missing. I was very invested, and Missing there was somewhat of a character arc, but that was story driven more than character driven. And this movie is character driven. Because let's be honest, the plot is simple. It's more like the character that have depth and the character that have growth. And I said it many times. I'd rather watch a shitty story with great character than a great story with shitty characters. Um, I think the only movie that still holds on top, that still remain on top, would be Triangle of Sadness. I think that's the only movie we covered that is really hard to get through. Uh, like what I mean by there is it's the hardest movie to overcome on my placement. But Gran Turismo is a great second favorite movie we covered. I really like that a lot. Um, I was able to defend the two issues I had, um, which is rare. Um, but yeah, great movie. I really liked it, and yeah, I think I would give this movie 10 out of 10. No hesitation there. What about you?
Oh, I'd probably give this a 6. For me, it's just not on that level. Like that isn't a how do I say? It's just all the compliments you gave it. It's just for me, I agree with everything pretty much. It's just for me, there are some films that I'm just more invested in personally, and also B, that with how many films I see per year. For me, it isn't on that higher echelon of film, sort of like Missing wasn't, so I gave it like a 7 or a 6.5. But however, it's a 6 in a way where there's pretty much no flaws with it, though. It's like a good movie from start to finish. It's just for me, it's never for me like ever like an amazing film per se, like on any levels, just good from start to finish. But yeah, 6.
And I'd say even with the side characters we are not meant to care for, even there they were enjoyable and likable. Like both girls really felt like girls, and they didn't like
Oh
they
yeah,
didn't
yeah. They had some charisma. All them, yeah, they were entertaining to watch at least.
yeah, like sometimes when you write a girl, like you don't write it well because you want Hollywood message and that kind of shit, so you feel forced into changing these girls, but they really felt like girls and they were entertaining to listen to. And yeah, that's just a solid movie for me. I think it was great. um so yeah, 10 out of 10. So now um what are we going to cover next? Agent Carter or Agents of Shield? Because I heard you wanted to cover Runaway last.
Yeah, we'll do Agent Carter first, because just like last week, this is the one that I have the least to say about. And I'll let you go first.
Okay, so I will be honest. Season one was very average, so I didn't expect much from season two. Um, so I didn't thought it was a bad season. It was better than season one, but it still bleeds out of similar issues, which is
It
weird
just
because
isn't interesting. It's like they do the bare minimum of making like a show that's technically something, but you don't. It doesn't stick with you at all. After you watch it, it's just like you forget about it afterwards.
you're actually right. I'd agree with you. So overall, my issues with this season would be plot armor. Many times around, many characters should have died, but they just don't want to delete any of their characters. So here we are, plot armor. So people cannot aim as well, but that's a trend with this show and previous show as well. But it's not that bad because they don't always carry guns and that kind of stuff. But it happens sometimes. Love triangle. Why? Why? I thought the guy had a lovely wife. Why do you freaking make him in love with Carter? No, 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 no. just let them be, bro. I don't care about Carter shipping.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a funny joke, but I can't. It's just a joke in general.
So it's not as bad as season one. Season one, there was a lot of girl power moment and a lot of forced dialogue,
And it was just generic as hell.
and it was getting on my nerve as well. This season, it still happened a few times, so dialogue wasn't always great. Um, the political message were kind of well handled, but some of the dialogue is just really bad. I'm sorry, but can you can you put some effort into what you're making when it comes to dialogue, bro? No, 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 no. Next issue would be the villains. They are really bad. Um, they feel one dimensional. They're just like, oh, bad guy because we need a bad guy. That's it. We need a bad guy. Um, so yeah, I still like that season. As I said, most of the episodes are solid. Like there's no bad apple in the bunch. The weakest episode for me was average, so I still liked it.
Mhm.
So what do you think is my top three episode and my worst three?
Let me pull it up. Um, well, honestly, I don't. I'll try to just like remember what the episodes are about, maybe, and go off of that. But I don't even remember like the episodes, like which are which anyway, of what I saw in the order.
You just wanted to forget about this show.
Oh yeah, well I just forgot to keep track again. That's all. I'll try to remember again next week. And I know I said that for like the last fucking 2 weeks, but I have so much shit to deal with. IRL and online. I have so many things that a lot of time I just forget to do that unintentionally. Like that shit I had to deal with yesterday. Fucking hell. So just whatever. I'm gonna guess your top three episodes are episode 7, episode 1, and episode 6. And then your worst three are episode 4, episode 5, and episode 8. And really, all this is just like wild guesses because I don't even remember much. But there you go.
Okay. My worst three are episode 5 with a 7.5 out of 10. It wasn't funny. Plot armor, love triangle, not properly explained why Peggy didn't die from the touch of the guy or whatever, or the girl. I can't remember. So that was the weakest. Coming in second place would be episode 3, which was the 8 out of 10. It wasn't funny. People cannot aim. Plot convenience. The guy had a gun, but he only used it as last resort. He has a freaking gun to hire, and he's like, oh yeah, I will try to beat her down because that will give her a fighting chance instead of just like saying pop, pop with my gun, I thought that was really stupid. You're a gun to hire, like, do your job. Anyhow, coming in third place, I'd say the first episode. The pacing was bad. The fight choreography wasn't that great. And that was a trend here and there. I didn't mention it as an issue because I had more good moments with the fight than bad. But yeah,
Yeah. Anything else?
These are my worst three.
Okay.
My top three would be episode 10 with a 10 out of 10, no issues. Episode 8 with 9.7, and episode 6 with another
Damn, okay, I got
9.7.
it completely wrong, but whatever.
The overall season for me is 8 out of 10. What about you?
Well, damn, that's an improvement. But yeah, for me, this is a. I gave the last one like a 4, so I'll give us like a 4.5. It is an improvement, but not by much at all. For me, it's still just production design, acting, fucking visuals and everything, and story, writing, just all not bad, but just forgettable and average at best to me. So yeah, 4.5.
Okay. So coming next, Agents of Shield second season. What did you think of second season?
Um, I liked it because once again, this was before Agents of Shield went downhill because of all the things they had to really do. Although they've been doing it, they started doing it after season 1, so they did do it a bit here, but um, not enough to cause issues. So, but I actually think this season was an improvement over season 1, kind of.
Oh, very interesting. Why do you think so?
Well, how do I say? I think that like the cast with their chemistry and some of like the action or set pieces per se, I thought they grew on and were an improvement over season 1. And I also think like some of the shots they tried more technical things with. So I think objectively, like it was actually kind of an improvement over season 1. I still prefer season one more, but I do think that was better. But yeah, I mean the acting, special effects, and everything like that I liked in this season. Now the things I didn't like as much. There were story arcs in this that I wasn't a fan of. I thought was a bit of a mess with some of the characters, and I think that's what drags it down. I think in season 1 it was really focused on specific things and keeping it like that, and it to its strengths. Where even if it isn't the most like unique or special show out there for what it does it well. But at least season 1. With this, it tried to do other things and it was less focused and it was a bit of a mess at points, I think. And I think that's where the flaws come in, where it kind of then evens itself out to being pretty much the same as season 1 for me. But I still think it was solid too. Let's see. I don't really have too much more to say, but I will say the pacing I do think was also I liked the pacing in season 1, but I also think it was improved on for this one too. So I'll say that. But yeah, I think that's about it. I really have to say, but yeah, I think it's flawed, but I think it has things that are definitely an improvement from season 1, where it kind of makes it better. But for me, I still like season 1 more. And yeah, that's all I'll say. For the episodes, I sort of kept track of the episodes of this one, so I'll say it for this one. My top 3 and worst 3, if I can. Let me just pull up the list. Okay, so my top 3 would probably be episode 10, episode 22, and episode and then episode 8. And I also liked episode 5 a lot. And then my worst 3 would probably be episode 14, episode 13, and then episode 6. So yeah, there's that. What about you? What did you think of the season?
I was surprised. Last year, I had seen for the first time the show from season 1 to season 7 for a video I wanted to make. And, well, actually, that was 3 videos. And I thought the show only went downhill. So, season 1 was my favorite, season 2 was my second favorite, season 3 was my third favorite. But the gap wasn't that big. Um, it was really close. Now, on this most recent watch, I'd say season 1 and 2 are actually equals.
Yeah, I agree.
They are equals, but they have different issues.
Mm-hmm.
I thought season 1 had a filler issue because they had like 22 episodes, but I feel like they had material for like maybe
Yeah.
15
Well, I mean,
episodes.
I thought season 1 was like better with the character stories, but lesser with certain technical areas. But I thought season 2 was better with that, but a bit worse with that.
The action in season 1 wasn't anywhere near as good as season
Yeah,
2.
yeah. Season 2 really did a lot better with it. Yeah.
They step up in major way. Like one
Mm-hmm.
of the best sequence was with Sky when they went to rescue the magnetic guy, the electric guy. That was one of the best action sequence in the show, and that was wow. How did I miss this shit the first time? I don't get it. But here's the thing: season 2 still has issues. It picked up with the first episode like a few months after what happened in season 1, and it doesn't feel like a few months. Now it feels like a few years because now Shield is already back on its feet with a huge team, and I that was really early in that season. Later on, that issue kind of vanished. That's why it wasn't that bad. But early in the season, we got a lot of character. That was hella crowded, and that new character they decided to delete in the first episode, I didn't give a shit about her. And I think they did a mistake to just delete her that fast. Now, was she good enough to hold the character arc? I don't think so. I don't think she was a good character, but I still feel like she was wasted. Do you know what I mean by there? She is just there to
Yeah.
basically be deleted. And I
Yeah,
was like,
pretty much. Yeah,
bruh.
again, they really didn't focus as much on like the characters, like their journeys with some of them compared to season 1, where I thought it was like neatly, organized with some things, and I thought in season 2 they did try to do more with it, but it was to its own detriment, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and the other guy, Triplet. I thought the character had charisma, the actor had charisma, but Triplet as a character, the guy that basically died when Sky got her power.
Yeah,
Triplet, let's be honest with him. It was better in season 1. In season 2, it just felt like that character, other character bounce off when they talk, and he had no purpose. He was just there. Okay, I'm here, guys. I'm part of the team. So when he died, I didn't feel anything. But that's a bit funny here because one of my favorite episodes is the follow up to him dying, and that was amazing because I actually got emotional for a character I didn't care about. But if you had a better writing on that character, if you let him take more space, and write it better, that could have been just much better. It just felt like a wasted opportunity, a wasted chance, and that's sad because Triplet could have been like a huge death that impacted the show, but it wasn't because he wasn't that great of a character. Speaking of character, I think the other Shield inside of Shield was terrible. That was hands down the worst part of that season. I thought that was really stupid. There's Hydra running around, but hey, they have Spy in Coulson team because reasons, because plot wants division among Shield. That was stupid, and I point that out like in my video I did last year as well. I thought the Shield inside Shield didn't make any sense. I hated this shit even more this time around because I knew where everything was heading toward. What did you think of Shield inside of Shield?
Inside of Shield,
Shield inside of Shield, like the double agents working for the other faction within
yeah,
Shield.
yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I thought it was all right. I could have been done better, I think.
Yeah, could have been done better. It just felt really stupid. Like they explained good reason why they distrust Coulson,
Yeah.
but
Well, you know what? It was, it's done better than all the shit they tried to do with Secret Invasions. All right, so
yeah. But my true issue is that Hydra is running around, but they are more concerned about their own. Yeah, bro. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Another issue I had, Bobby being in Hydra at the same time as Agent Simon's Gemma. And my issue is there's no proper setup of having a second double agent with an Hydra. And they kept that from us only to have that shocking moment where, oh, she is an ally and she will help Gemma into escaping. That pissed me off so much. Even more than the first time. Because now I was thinking about it and I was like, okay, we got a double agent again. Like, we didn't add any in freaking season 1. It's back. We got another double agent, folks. But there's no proper setup to it. It's a character we don't know, and the episode we get to know her is the episode we get to reveal that she's a double agent. The building toward it is really bad and lazy, and it's just for shock moment. It's like, okay, shock moment, whatever. Another issue I may have is Bobby herself as a character. She is getting on my nerve. She is probably the worst thing in this show. She is just a plot device. Like, she thinks and does whatever the plots want her to do because she doesn't feel like a character of her own. She really feels like that push button they need. And there's so much focus on her. Like, I don't mind plot device character, right? But I do mind when they are like in your main cast when they pretend that character have substance or they pretend that character has a character arc, but she doesn't. She is just a shell of a character. I don't like Bobby. So Bobby is like the blonde one that was a double agent basically. What did you think of Bobby as a character?
I'm not really sure, honestly. I think I liked Bobby more than I disliked him, but once again, just like with the other things, I feel like, God, how do I say? I'm trying to think of like the right words to use. I'll just say this. I think what they tried doing with the character, I think they should have got a different actor for it.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a miscast.
And I will praise something else here. This season they really divided this season in like 2 stories and a half, and both stories kind of connected with each other, like the Hydra stuff and the Inhuman stuff. That was great. This is when the show started to form and have great ideas, because in season 3 a similar thing will happen where they have like two storylines, A and B, and this is the way to do a 22-ish episode season. This is great. And even if I hated the guts out of season 4 and upward, I still praised and respected what they tried to do by separating the show into like story A, story B. But at some point, like in season 4, that will play against each other, like, because story A was a masterpiece and then story B was godly awful. Cannot wait to roll the shit out of story B. But yeah, see, season 5, that was the same thing. Season 6, they had less episodes, so they did one storyline. The same goes for season 7, which is fine. But anyway, focus back to season 2. I thought that was on par with season 1. But there's more likes I got, like it was more entertaining, but the writing is maybe not as good as season 1. Because season 1, the build up to Ward being a double agent, on a rewatch, you see what they were doing, and you can tell, and you know that Ward was in the first place thought to be a double agent. When they were making the show, I'm pretty sure, like in the early writing process, they were like, this guy will be a double agent, and this guy will be a villain later on. And that was foreshadowed in many places of season 1. That was well written. But in season 2 and upward, when we got double agent, it's just because shocking moment, and it's just, oh yeah, Bobby is working with Gemma. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. So you already guessed my did you guess my top 3 and worst 3? I will let you guess my top 3 and worst 3. And I will specify something. I consider 21 and 22 as one entity.
Okay, well, I really wouldn't know, but I'll guess again. I mean, whenever we play this game, I usually just like guess at random. I don't really like think about it much or like write notes down while hearing you explain stuff. But anyway, I'm gonna guess your least favorite ones were episode 2, episode 9, and episode 12. I'll say, and then I'll say your favorites are episode 21 and 22, episode 15, and episode let's see, and episode, I guess, 10.
Very interesting. So I will also add a bit more, as I am showing the tier list I am currently making for it. The mother character wasn't a great villain, but the father was amazing. I thought the mother was a bit weak, but she was still enjoyable. She wasn't terrible, but she was weak. She was a weaker villain than the father. Anyway, I also wanted to add more, actually, since we talked about the father and the mother. It's very interesting how she used him, and it's just endearing, and you feel sorry for the dad. It's just wow. He is a tool basically for her, and yeah. Okay, so my potato computer hates me. Okay, worst 3 coming in last place is episode 12. with most likely a 7 out of 10. I can't remember all of the issues because I didn't take any notes. I just did the tier list. So coming in second place in the worst would be episode 16, and this one I remember that was stupid. That was the episode where Bobby is like, "Why don't you trust me?" But that's after the reveal that she was working for the other Shield. Oh yeah, speaking of the other Shield, I truly hated the other director. They tried to give him layer and depth, but he had none. It was one dimensional. I truly hated him. The other Shield director was really a terrible character. And he had no character arc whatsoever because it was just a tool to create the war between both sides. Um, so yeah, I hate that other director. He is another really bad character. Um, Episode 5 is one of the weakest, and this breaks me because that was like ward centered. That was really good, but my issues were the writing. I had a lot of issues as I was watching. I was like, oh yeah, it's not perfect, it's not that great. But yeah, episode 5 in my art, that's a very fun one I liked. But if we are trying to be objective, and if I follow my usual grid, this is lower in the matter. It's probably like a 9 or a 8.5. I can't remember exactly, one of the two. My top 3 would be 21, 22. That was moving. That was a very emotional episode. That's one of the best episodes in the show. There are other episodes down the line, like episode one episode in season 7. A time loop actually was one of my favorite episodes, but I remember 21 being really good. 20, I liked it as well. That was another 10 out of 10 for me. And Aftershocks, which is 12, the episode right after Triplet died, that was another really good episode. I enjoyed a lot. Aftershock, really good one. But there's a lot of 10 out of 10, and I feel like most of the 10 out of 10s, they are higher than the ones in season 1 because they have that emotional impact season 1 was lacking for me. So yeah, season 2 has a lot to offer, and I didn't give enough credit to season 2 when I was watching last year. So for me, season 2 is a solid and well-deserved 9 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
I'll give it a 6.5.
In recent days, I remember giving Preacher season 1 a 9. I'd say I actually liked Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. season 2 better. I also gave like Smallville season 3 a 9. I'd say Smallville season 3 would be above Agents of
Yeah.
S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah. I would say that this is probably better than the later half of Preacher. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But anyway, I guess we are gonna talk about the masterpiece next.
My Runaway.
Yes.
That was terrible.
Um,
I gotta say something about Runaway.
yeah.
I like the fact that the team was growing up and coming into Agent. That was really great, but that was poorly handled and
Yeah.
made by stupid writer.
I mean, it's a good idea for a show, but it fails in every way. Like,
yeah,
if this isn't a 1 out of 10 at the end of it, then I don't know what is. This season was absolute dog shit in every way. There's only one thing I kind of didn't think was terrible, and that was some of the set design. That's it. All right, the costume design was shit. The lighting was like, and the visuals and filmmaking was all looked digital. All the technical aspects of music and everything was garbage. All the acting was garbage. All of the characters were garbage. They had no chemistry. Nothing in the story and writing made any sense at all. Nothing in it was investing or intriguing. It was all boring and shit, and it made no sense. There's really nothing I liked about this at all, and they have so many characters in season 1 and season 2, yet none of them are good. None of them. I hated all of them. But this was so bad. I can't find a single good thing about this. Here's the thing. They're both 1 to 1.5 out of 10 shows. I'd probably give them both a 1 no. Probably Gotham Knights a 1.5. But anyway, they're both a 1 out of 10 show. But here's the thing. She-Hulk at least had a good lead actress. The character, they fucked up, but the actress herself was at least good. And they at least had some moments where it had potential of it getting, to be good. What, like, when, Juan or whatever his name was, and Daredevil and such, and other moments that weren't complete garbage. With this, there's literally nothing. There wasn't a single moment. So this is legit worse than She-Hulk for me, because there's at least, you could say something about She-Hulk with that stuff. Like this, I can't find anything. Now, I mean, if we're going by what I personally despise the most, I mean, it would be She-Hulk, just because of like how insulting it is towards comedy and everything. Well, this, it's just like, it almost feels like it was made by a bunch of like children's, but a bunch of children who with a camera who just like didn't even try. So this is worse, but it's inoffensive to an extent. So personally, I mean, with what I hate most with like Rage, it's She-Hulk, but objectively, this is a worse made show and everything because of that. They're like legit. The only thing that I don't think is totally garbage is some of the production or set design. That's it. Anyway, but what did you think?
Oh, bro. I lost brain cell. I lost my sanity.
And talk about like the scene with like the poison and all that. Yeah.
Like, bro, or another example of how stupid this show is. They are on that scrapyard. They are basically like celebrating someone's death. It's someone we don't give a crap about, and they have these scandal, and they have that prey, and now everyone in the scrapyard just reunites around them. I was like, eye rolling, bro. It's like, no. I just believe this shit. What's going on there? Why these people would just gather around that candle to like honor someone they don't know about? Like, no, it's not believable. It's a parody. I hope they were not taking themselves seriously when they did that, because I felt nothing outside of like I was laughing at the TV. I was like, bro, no.
Well, I do think there are moments in this where it's like it isn't supposed to be taken seriously. They're more so going for like a sort of tongue-in-cheek way with it, and all with them being younger and everything. But it's executed still poorly, and it's still poorly made. Like for example, that whole sequence and that whole shot and scene, the way it was filmed, lit up, acted, everything, it was absolute garbage. It was like I've seen it. I don't know if you've seen like before, like any of those like films that are like made for kids or teenagers that they put on like MTV or Disney X, but that shit's 1,000 times better than this. And that says something, all right?
So my overall issues with the entire season: the story is stupid and doesn't make any sense. The perfect example: the kid saying their parents are trustworthy after getting injected by truth serum. It's like, bro, no. I don't believe this shit. What's going on? This is like, no. This, I was rolling my eyes. Like, how can you, like, say, oh, they are trustworthy after they just injected substance without me accepting it. Like it's almost grape, you know. It's ridiculous. And then he would say, "Oh, I will go back home." Yeah, sure, go for it, boy. You said that the acting was terrible, horrendous. Um,
I
next
mean,
is
one actor that wasn't.
no, they are all bad. Actually, no.
Mhm.
There's one I can stand behind, and that's the guy they killed off. You know what I'm talking about? Like the guy that we thought was a bad guy in season one, but he ended up being a nice father figure to the guy with glasses, and they just bang him because we need to end the only good character in the show.
In season one, sure, when it wasn't complete garbage, and I gave it like a 2.5 or a 3, but yeah, but I mean, this is season two. I mean, if we're talking about his dead body in the grave, sure, that because that's a better acting than any of these.
Um, so character do stuff because the plot wants it, even if it doesn't make sense. Uh, I got too many examples to cite all of them. The dialogue is horrendous. I lost brain cell. I wanted to bash my head on my bed. The humor was awful. So many failed attempts at being funny. Um, the pacing was bad. It's 13 episodes. It felt like 20, and it could have been like 5. Too many characters, and I don't care about any of them. And they don't get much growth. The only character that really got growth is the one that realized, oh, I need the parent to grow up, and I need to accept parenting and adulthood and that kind of stuff. But here again, it's handled by stupid people, making a stupid show for stupid people, I guess. Um, the acting was bad. The villain were bad. The parents, like, this show is a perfect example of people trying to write parenting how it should be when they don't have kids and they don't understand what parenting should be. Like, none of these parents are any believable. They are all caricature of what a parent should be. It's just like, I don't know if it's in purpose or if these people do believe that these parents are sympathetic or you can root for them. I don't know at that point. Like, I'm lost. The writer are also lost, most likely. um, no, this show is just so bad. I can't believe someone greenlit this shit. Like, if you're showrunner to this, I dissociate from it, like, right now. Like, I'd say, I have nothing to do with this. They only stamped my name on it. I did nothing. Because how can you have jobs in the future with this shit? Really? Like, another really stupid thing, the relationship between the girl power and the douchebag. That's all we'll call him. It doesn't make any sense because they have nothing in common. And even like when he got injected with the substance, it's like he had more in common with her. Like, no, actually, what I mean by there is they acknowledge that they have nothing in common, which is weird. Relationship in this show don't make any sense. I hate every single relationship. Like, they're not believable, poorly acted. Um, yeah, this show is hot garbage. I'd say She-Hulk is the worst because I had more issues with individual episode. But yeah, I think I roasted enough this shit. I don't know what to add more without repeating myself. Oh yeah. I think the story, as one thing, is poorly handled and written, filled of plot convenience. Like, oh, that corrupt cop will help the parents, or
Pretty much.
Or another stupid thing is, oh, look, the valet just randomly hand keys for a car to a kid. Wait, what? This happened like 3 times. Why? Ow.
I don't know.
Or one time, the kid just pick up a random money paper on the ground and just hand it over to the guy, and then he gets the car.
I don't know.
Brain dead.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
I
what
mean, yeah.
yeah, what were you about to say?
No, nothing. I'm just trying to. I was just trying to fucking think of anything else I could really say about this to trash on it, but I have nothing else left.
What would be your top 3 and worst 3 of this abomination of a show in terms of episode?
My top 3 and worst 3, I couldn't tell you. Again, this one I didn't keep track of, unlike Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. You can just skip me for that.
You know, that's funny because I was looking at my notes. I see another example of awful dialogue. Example, the girl asking the other girl if she's mad right after ending her father's life.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? This is my top 3 and worst 3. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. My worst 3 are all of them. My top 3 are none because they're literally all a 1 out of 10.
I will admit there's one episode I can defend, but even there, that's not a great episode at all. That season is so much worse than season 1. Near, I thought season 1 was bad.
Yeah. So what was your one not bad episode?
Episode 13. For me, that was a 7.
Yeah, so it was average. And then your other ones?
So episode 10 is my second favorite, 6.5. And that's funny because 7, it's not believable that the parents would go in war to force their kids into coming back. On top of that, why would they delete them if they want them back? Telling instead of showing. The kid flirting with the other one mid chase was really stupid. Like they were running and they were flirting. I'm like, bruh, no. What? Why? Not funny. Or when it came to episode 10, which is my second favorite this season. Not believable that the guy would like so much the insufferable activist. The acting is dog shit. The husband is the weirdest character ever since he seems to plan a backstab, but the church means something to him. Feels up that the teenager is smarter than the 2 scientists. He's the one connecting the dot. Oh, she's not feeling well because the dinosaur is not feeling well. I was like, bruh. Always so stupid. It's brain dead. And that was my second favorite episode. So my third favorite, I'm looking into it. I see a bunch of 5.5.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe my third favorite would be episode 9 with a 5.5.
Damn, that's some high fucking numbers there.
Not properly explained how the kids knew where to find the prisoner. Not funny. Boring pep talk about a poorly written relationship that didn't make any sense in the first place. Character do stuff for the plot, even if...
Just remember, guys, this is his favorite, not his worst, even though all he's doing is listing off the flaws.
If it doesn't make sense. Dialogue. Feels stupid and convenient that every single cop is corrupt. And yeah, you're right. That was like my top 3, and it's filled of all I can poke fun at.
Yeah,
So,
this is like the first time you ever done this where you're like, these are my favorites anyway. This was shit. Yeah, so what are your worst ones now?
Episode 1. Hear me out. I will list up every single issue and then I will give the score. Issue number 1. Eye-rolling opening sequence with stupid dialogue. The dialogue about men being trash at searching was horrendous. Not funny. I laughed more as we speak about the show as I was watching. Um, the acting was awful. Not funny. The dialogue break my brain. No chemistry between the kids into the forced relationship. Character telling on TV she knows something felt really stupid. That was like a Sicario moment. I know something. I know they are up to something. Bro. Bro. Wait. I lost my train of thought. Okay, next up would be the parents are still getting on my nerve. I work in a hotel. They don't know. They don't just hand over keys like that. That was the cars I was talking about. Dialogue was awful. I felt nothing on the girl depth since I didn't give a crap about that stupid character. The acting was piss poor. I think that's the second or third time I mentioned that. I was watching episode 1 only to roast it, I'm telling you. Awful dialogue. Weird that people would gather around the kids. Pacing. Freaking forced relationship get on my nerve. Can't aim, not funny. Plot convenience, finding the hideout by accident. And I will let you guess what's the grade out of 10 I gave to this episode.
I mean, I hope it's a 1, but I'll say like a 2.
Bruh, you're generous. That was a 0.5. That's
Oh,
one of the
wow.
worst graded thing ever. I think only She-Hulk can close this shit.
Yeah, well. Anyway, what are the other ones?
Now I'm looking into it. Oh, I see a 3 there. Okay, so episode 5 is 3 out of 10. Telling instead of showing. I didn't care about the guy backstory. Not funny, not funny. The mother being an hypocrite. Pacing, the characters are just poorly written. Plot convenience, the girls finding Jonah on top of that. It only extended the awful season longer. Relationship talk gets on my nerve. Failed attempt to be emotional. Pacing with a juicy 3 out of 10. And now I got a bunch of 4.5. I don't know which one to pick.
Mhm.
There's just too many 4.5.
Just
I-
pick the one.
With the most
Oh,
issue.
what I was gonna say. Pick the one from. Think of all the flaws in each 4.5, and whichever flaw in one of them pissed you off the most, just a single flaw, pick that one.
Episode 7, 4.5 out of 10. Pacing, not funny. There's no tension since we all know the kids have plot armor. Pacing, not emotional at all. Dialogue, example, the girl asking the other girl if she's mad right after ending her father's life. And if you're watching this podcast on playback, we were not joking. This really happened in the TV show. This is real, folks. It's hard to believe, but this is real. A show like that really happened. Oh no. I lost brain cell. At least I will let you guess what's the bright side of our discussion right now.
Well, this is better than the actual show.
I didn't thought of that, but I agree. So the bright side, next week is the last week we get to cover this shit.
Yeah, well, you could say that's a bright side, but on to us. But honestly, it's hell that there's even 3 seasons of this in the first place. At least they realized fucking Inhumans was garbage and only did 1 season, but 3 of this, and it's not like they're like only 8 episodes either. Fucking hell. Yeah, I mean, my grade for this is a 1 out of 10, and if yours isn't that, then I'll be surprised.
I'm torn apart because I can't remember what I gave exactly to She-Hulk. I
You gave
still think
around like
She-Hulk.
a 1.5 or like a 2 or something like that. I know it was in the ones or something.
I think I gave like a 2 or a 2.5. I remember giving a lot of Ibsel like 0.5 and like ones. But I
Yeah.
think overall She-Hulk, I think I gave like 2 or 2.5. I can't remember this
Okay,
shit.
so
So I'd
in
say
that case, I would say at most this shit deserves like a 3.
yeah, I'd say like between 2.5 and 3. Um
Yeah.
2.5 if She-Hulk was a 2 for me, and 3 if She-Hulk was 2.5.
You shouldn't be that nice with this. Come on, these are about the same. They both deserve like a
No,
2.5.
no. She-Hulk is worst.
Really, I can at least
Yeah.
name I can at least name 3 positives with She-Hulk. I can't name a single positive
The
with this.
She-Hulk, like, I remember the average was like 0.5 to like 4.5. I think I gave 1.5 at some point with She-Hulk. But with this, and we are 1 year later, so it's been a year we cover stuff, and I try to be as critical and as objective as can be when it comes to art, even if it's not really objective. But I'm harsher than I used to be with She-Hulk. And the average, even if the Ibsels are really shitty and low, the average is higher than She-Hulk.
Yeah, well, I'll be honest. With your She-Hulk ratings, it's like you used to do stuff like I got 1 smile during it, so I'll raise it by 0.5.
You see, this proves even more my point that She-Hulk was worst.
No, but
Because I
no,
didn't
but
need to
they are
raise.
still no, they're still the same. I'm just saying that's how you did it. But
Yeah.
I mean, at least to you it's worse. But I mean, I think they're literally the same. Look, She-Hulk had lower lows than this. Of course, it was like an insult to comedy and everything. But I could at least name positives with it. I can't name shit with this. So they're both just ones to me.
Well,
They're
for
both absolute garbage.
yeah, for me, like one positive. If actually, I will force myself into saying three because I can't say there's three. The first one would be like the diversity of the powers. I thought the powers were interesting. Were they the best out there? I don't think so, but they were interesting. That's an interesting spin. Oh, she has light powers. Oh, there's a dinosaur in the crew, or there's like gloves tech that are kind of cool, and the shapeshifter was actually enjoyable, but I feel like the shapeshifter was like more of a comic relief than a character. um Another thing I actually enjoyed is um the theme of growing up, even if it's handled by stupid people and it comes across as annoying and it gets under my skin sometimes. Overall, the team is cool. I like the team. It's just handled by stupid people. Um, the third thing would be my bias toward I think it's James Master. I can't remember the exact name of the actor, but the father that basically got override by the alien DNA, the one that had cancer or whatever. Um, I like that actor from Smallville. It's the same actor that played Brainiac. Um, I have that kind of bias toward that actor when he's around. And the same goes for Judge Tagara in Stream 6 next week. But yeah, this is as far as I can go to praise it. She-Hulk, ooh, cameo, yippee! But cameo were like hiding the goods. Like they were. What I mean by there is cameos in She-Hulk were just there, not really for the story. They were there to pretend it's good and to pretend it has substance. So like the goods the show had were like actual flaw, or they were like makeup when you think you're ugly and you just put makeup on and you think you're beautiful after that. But here I believe the three likes I have are genuine. Maybe one is more biased the other two, but yeah, Runaways Rock Bottom TV. I gave Legends of Tomorrow 2. So I'd say this is actually like 2.5. This is as far as I can go with Runaways Season 2. 2.5. Cannot go any higher. That was bad. I'm excited to watch the final season to just roast the shit out of it next week. And this is funny because half of this season I was playing Sudoku because I didn't care. So I'm sure if I was really looking to like nitpick and tear it apart, I could find more issues. I can only bet and guess. But yeah, Cole, as usual, you are amazing, bro. You are amazing. I'm glad to have you on. You're a great co-host, man, and you've been around since we started. I'm glad of what we did. We had a great panel today.
Yeah, I mean, you're the host, so you're the one who keeps this kind of together. So I mean, you should really pat yourself on the back instead of us more often. But yeah, thanks. I'm just surprised. Like a year and stuff has already gone by. But yeah, during that time though, covered a lot of stuff, so that's cool. I'm just surprised that we're almost done with all of the modern day, for the most part, superhero and comic book shows outside of the older stuff and MCU stuff, because there's been a shitload, so that's surprising, but yeah.
I'm not surprised. We do like 3 topics like that a week, and
Yeah.
most of that trip was fun outside of Runaways. But even Runaways, like even if it's a bad show, it's fun to pick it apart and talk about it because we make it even worse. And that's that. The actual discussion is better than the show itself.
Hmm. Pretty much.
But man, Cole, you're amazing. Like I don't see myself doing that alone. Like I know I can, but I don't think it would be as fun. I don't think it would be as great.
Well, I mean, I do like your solo analysis videos, though. I mean, they are good.
They will be back, but it takes time because I do other stuff. Life happens. But yeah, so
Yeah.
speaking of that, like the next project, like the Batwoman video is ready, but the main reason I haven't uploaded it yet, it's because I was very negative on Batwoman, and this is female led, and I don't want the stamp of being like just a woman hater or something like that. So before I upload that video, I'd like to like have a rewatch on Stargirl so I can upload a Stargirl video and a Batwoman video because I know Stargirl is superior in all of shape of form. So I don't sound like these anti-woke channels and that kind of stuff. But yeah, more future analysis video and I got 2 Smallville video ready as well, but what I usually do is I make sure my entire series I plan on making is ready. And that's why I don't upload that often these videos. But yeah, I like to pick things apart, and I like to speak to other people about it, so I don't sound crazy. Maybe I do,
Well,
but that's part of
mean-
the fun.
yeah, I mean, next week, yeah, so we'll be covering the fucking greatest film of all time. Are you ready for that?
What's that? Scream 6?
Okay, well, actually,
You're telling me
I-
there's a worse movie than that next week? Oh my!
Okay, well-
I'm scared now.
no, Scream 6 is one of them, but also, the Marvels.
Well, I actually have expectation for that, and I will also tell why I wanted to cover this as soon as we could.
Yeah.
I know the anti-woke crowd will jump on it, and
Oh, yeah, so you want to kind of, like, be more fair with it at
Yeah.
launch.
more nuanced, more fair with it. The
Yeah,
same way we
I
did
know
with
what you
Barbie.
mean. I'm still just saying it because I know it's going to be fucking bad, probably. But well,
Yeah, but at
you
least we
never
will be
know.
honest about it, unlike them that will just
You never
trash
know.
anything that has a
Yeah,
woman in
and,
it.
and that's true. But anyway, there's also the so I mean we're finishing up and also again for all the spots and weeks I have a Black Mirror episode on it and whatnot. If you can't cover it in time, then again that's fine, especially because we're doing so many shows right now. It's just
Yeah.
there's an open spot on there out of the 5, so I just put it in there. So if you can in time, then go ahead. If you can't though, then it's okay. That's the one where you don't need to right away. Like again, at the end of like December or January, once we finish up all these shows, again we'll be catching up on anything we didn't in time, Doom
Low-key.
Patrol, Ash versus Evil Dead, and all the Black Mirror stuff until we finish it, and then once we do, then we'll move on to the MCU stuff. But so it's fine, but try to if you can, I guess. But no, the main thing, no, I just wanted to mention though is so for the next week, it will be another new show, Hellstrom.
Have you started Elstrom?
I've watched the first 2 episodes of it so far, and well, I will say this. I will say this. The good news is there is only 1 season.
Oh, this is another runaway case, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, but however, the week after, when that and Runaways then both ends, we'll be starting 2 other new shows,
The
which
Gifted.
will be Well,
I-
no, it will be Powers and then Cloak and Dagger. Those are the 2 shows, and then I believe I don't remember when they both end. I'll actually look that up quickly. Cloak and Dagger. Okay, so that has 2 seasons, and then this has. Okay, so they both have 2 seasons. Okay, but yeah, so that after that those 2 weeks, then so in December we'll be covering The Gifted. But yeah, now I will say for Powers, I'm sure it will be a bad show from what I heard and from the ratings and everything. But I am interested to see one thing and one character and actor in it. Because Sharkdo Copley is in it, so I'm curious to see how he does in it. Because he's not the greatest. After District 9, he's just surviving. But I always want to try to, I want to see him try to do well. So I'll see if I'm curious to see if he did well in it, at least for and given the circumstances of how bad the show probably is. But so yeah, I'll at least look forward to that. And if he's bad, then well, rip.
And you know what's funny? The Gifted, when it first came out, I actually had seen lots of episodes. I can't remember if I finished season 1. This I can't remember, but I remember enjoying some of it, but also thinking it was meh. And that was like when it came out. So I was like still very young. Like when did this came out? Like 2016, 2014?
Yeah.
And that's like 10 years ago, and I wasn't as critical as now. I was like watching stuff just for pure enjoyment, not to pick apart, and I thought that was meh. So I cannot wait like to watch that and like roast the shit out of it, because I can tell and I can only guess this is another really bad show. And it got canceled after 2 seasons, I believe. This I know because I remembered when they announced it was canceled, I tapped out, I stopped watching. So maybe I haven't even finished season 1. Because what I used to do when a show was ending, I was just tapping out. That's why I never finished Punisher's 2nd season before we did the podcast. That's why I never bothered finishing Iron Fist 1st season. before we did the podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, I held off of that for as long as I could, but I was morbidly curious to see how shit it was, and I was pleased by how bad it was. Yay.
I'm excited. The bright side, Agents of Shield should still be good season 3, but as I said, my first viewing, it was a downgrade from 1 and 2, but it was still enjoyable. Season 4 is really when they take a swing. They really take a huge dive and they sink really low. And yeah, I'm excited to roll season 4 of Agents of Shield when we get around that. This will be bad. Season 5 as well. Season
Yeah.
6, bro. Season 6 will be the masterpiece. It's like the rock bottom of the show. Because season 7 got back at being like decent. Season 7 is like really in the middle of the show. But yeah, season 6, bruh. 4, 5, 6, we are guaranteed to have some fun and roasting the shit out of it. Anyway, as usual, Cole, you're amazing. Thank you a lot. As I keep saying, I don't see myself doing it alone. It's not as fun. Anyway, have a great day. Take care. We will talk later and see you tomorrow for at least the question part of the video. And if we are lucky, maybe you will stick around a bit longer.
Yep. Talk next week, I guess, and tomorrow, I guess. But yeah, also I sent you a DM about something. Make sure to look at that. It's just a question, you know.
Yeah. Have a good one, man. Take care.
You too.